Comrades, welcome back. It's been a while. I had a really shitty past week and a half. Apparently some pharmaceutical company went bankrupt, and combined with the trucker protests against Ron DeSatan's policies, no medication was coming to Florida for like a lot of things. Cool. Among them, ADD meds. So, but that's fixed now, or it's fixed for me anyway. I had to go to some mom and pop pharmacy 40 minutes away, but I'll take it. Anyway, bear with me while I try and remember how to be a streamer. A strummer. So, yeah. Picking this up where we left off, I played a lot of video games because it was about the only thing I could do while I was on my extended medication holiday. And, oh man, I got a lot of sort of catching up to do on my feelings about a lot of things, but, yeah, whatever. Let me just dive into it here real quick. Oh shit. Yeah, so, let's see, what have I been doing? I played a lot of Dark Cloud, which I hadn't played in a while. I don't think it's streaming material, but it was interesting to kind of go back and play it. The only way that I find the game playable is by utilizing a glitch that makes it really easy to upgrade weapons. You can temper just how hard you abuse it for, you know, to keep the game at least moderately challenging, but I got bored with that, and then I decided to go back and give Valkyrie Profile 2 a whirl. And oh my god, if I ever do like a multi-hour video game review, it'll be about Valkyrie Profile versus Valkyrie Profile 2, because my god. I guess I couldn't articulate it as a kid, but like, compared to Valkyrie Profile 1, it's miserable. Was I playing this maximized? I think I was. No, I wasn't. Just what a just masterclass on how to destroy a cult classic. Just utterly destroy it. I'm trying to remember my job roles here. I had rules set for everybody. Let's see. This game isn't really the appropriate place to talk about it, especially with nobody in the audience that's, you know, chomping at the bit to hear about it, but oh my god. It breaks my heart. I kind of want to finish the game because I never finished it as a kid. I think I'm going to finish it, but oh boy. Yeah, imagine an RPG that, like, when you really pay attention and scrutinize everything, just does so much right. And then imagine its sequel just doing all that shit wrong. It's bad. It's awful. Did also do some more research on my what I think is going to be my next playthrough, which is a Final Fantasy VIII challenge run. That'll be interesting. It's going to be a lot of work, though. Because I basically have to redesign all of the GFs and all the characters from the ground up, and then apply those changes to the game using a save state editor. You know, or just hack in like a whole bunch of like GF ability learning items and do it that way. Anyway, I made some changes to everybody's stats in between the last stream and this one, which was a long time ago. Basically, I nerfed everybody's MP pretty hard because I felt like Vaughn had too much, and I went ahead and nerfed everybody's stats back down a bit. Other than their well, I left their good stats alone, but I put their... I felt like their bad stats were catching up too quickly. I also leveled everybody up to level 25, just in name only, like it didn't change their stats, I just set the level to 25. Because that'll make me level up a little slower and maintain some of the challenge. You would normally not be 20... Level 25 is the recommended level for like 3 or 4 bosses from now. And again, my stats were not changed by leveling up at all. I just set the number of my level to level 25, and your experience to next level changes alongside that. So all it does is make me level up slower. Pull up a fucking guide again. Anyway, since I had like a decent break from this game, I feel less inclined to kind of rush through it. So I'm going to be kind of taking my time with this stream. That's right, Vaughn can't do any of this shit. Anyway, I have no idea if anybody's going to show up for this one, but I'm just going to get back on the horse here. Once I get past, once I get to the Callisto Kingdom, I might update everybody's level again to level 50. Past level 50, the stat gains that you get per level up fall off a cliff. You know, before level 50, everybody gets like anywhere from, you know, like everybody gets anywhere from like 2 to 7 points in their various stats, aside from MP and HP. 2 to 7, that's the range. After level 50, the range is 1 to 2. And the amount of HP and MP that you get per level up is also slashed by about 60 or 70%. Yeah, you get like 12 to 16 MP and 75 to 95 HP per level up before level 50, and afterwards you get like 5 MP per level up and 30 HP. Oh, and then if all that other shit I mentioned wasn't enough, this past, we had like a massive fucking heat wave in the past couple weeks. We're still kind of having it. We actually had like heat advisory warnings. It was, yeah, it basically never went below 90 degrees, even at night. It was just fucking bananas. And like, I had my AC on full blast, like turned all the way down to like, you know, 60, 50 degrees. And it took until like after midnight every night for it to get below 75. Sometimes it didn't even do that. But yeah, so really miserable 11 days I've had. I counted. It's 11 fucking days. I missed you too, buddy. Missed everybody. Yeah, it was rough. About the only thing I had the bandwidth to do was sink into the couch slowly and play video games. Oh no, it was 11 days, I counted. So... more than a week and a half, technically. Closer to 2 weeks than 1 week. Oh man. Yeah. Yeah, no, it was bad. Yeah, this is my first day back on the medication, so it's a new medication too. It's the fuck is this shit called? Dianavel. What a fucking weird name. Okay, well. Unlike Adderall or Vyvanse, this stuff is supposed to be just straight amphetamine. I don't know what difference that makes, but... I'd never heard of it before. It's apparently a new medication. What am I doing? I'm trying to remember, like, all the rules I had set in place for this playthrough. They're, escaping me at the moment. Partially. Yeah, so, yeah, I changed servers on Final Fantasy XIV, by the way. I went to Zodiark to play with Leon and Lucy. And in doing so, I got Final Fantasy XIV set up on my PC. And since I rebuilt it last year, it runs it much more smoothly. And I've treated myself to some of the things that I would not have access to playing on PS5. Some of which are necessary for me to play with as much, with as high as my ping is. I still play on controller, so don't get too excited, but thanks to the balance, I found a solution to my clipping problem. Oh, fuck it, I'll say it. I'm not streaming Final Fantasy XIV right now. Yeah, I installed Dalamud and the third-party launcher, and Dalamud has this extension called No Clippy that basically simulates a zero ping environment, or as close to it as you can get. And I never clip my GCDs anymore. It's amazing. Oh my god, it's life-changing. Like, it's so smooth. It's like butter. It's like butter. Oh man. Yeah. God damn it. I guess... yeah, fuck it. And I got ACT to work, so I can see my DPS now, finally, for the first time in my life. I'm very good at the new Machinist. I mean, I've heard various things. Somebody told me that like Machinist is like the top DPS right now. Like not the top range DPS, the top DPS out of all of them. And I had my doubts about that, but after running a few dungeons on it, I can kind of see it. Just because like every time I run a dungeon, I like I'm top DPS in like all the dungeons I've run on Machinist, and I'm ahead of the next highest person by like 1,000 DPS at least all the time. So yeah, maybe it's a little OP right now. Damn it. But yeah, have you played? Yeah. Are they same data center? Can we still play together? Nice. But yeah, with my clipping problem, a thing of the past, I might actually try and play a little more seriously now. Might, maybe. Yeah, it's really nice. It just makes a massive difference in my enjoyment of the game when I'm not sitting there smashing my face up against my GCD trying to make it fucking work. Also, people told me Dark Knight's burst was insane, but after seeing it for myself on Act, I'm like, whoa. So this is why they won't fix TBN or Darkmine. Because I outburst most DPS for like the first 20 seconds of the fight. Oh, god damn it. Yeah, I wanted to ask you, I forget, have you played any of the Valkyrie Profile games? None of them. Okay, never mind. One of the things I did on my involuntary medication holiday was I sat on the couch and played old video games. I actually hooked up my old PS2. My PS2, the power cord is all janked on it now, so I have to wrap the power cord around the console and then set it on top of the like, and then lay it on its side so that the power cord stays in place. Otherwise, it like the power cuts in and out to it. But I started playing Valkyrie Profile 2 because I played it when I was in my late teenage years and never finished it. And now as an adult with a more critical eye, I'm like, oh my god, this is how cult classics die. Oh my god, it's heartbreaking. Yeah, you've seen my playthroughs of Valkyrie Profile, or seen bits and pieces of them, I assume. Like, the single biggest problem that I can sum up how they fucked Valkyrie Profile in the sequel. Actually, I call it a sequel because it's Valkyrie Profile 2. But in terms of its story, it's a prequel. But they put the number 2 after the name, so in that sense it's a sequel, but whatever. They took a game that required basically 0 grinding and still managed to be challenging. And did not hold your hand or anything like that, but never required grinding. And they turned it into a just fucking batshit grind fest. That shit. Oh my god. I can't. I can count on one hand the number of games that I've played where you need to grind that hard for so little payoff. It's brutal. I just don't get it. It's such a... I'm so blown away by it, playing it through my adult eyes with my adult brain, that I feel like if anything ever motivates me to like be one of those YouTubers that does funny review videos about video games, it'll be Valkyrie Profile versus Valkyrie Profile 2, because oh my god. It's atrocious. So, like, I'm gonna see if I can explain it to where it will, like, be at all meaningful to someone that hasn't played the game before, but... So, in Valkyrie Profile 1, characters already have all of their skills. You just need to level up so you can get the points to spend on leveling those skills up. Or you get items that you teach the skills with, and then you level them up from there. There's enough skills to where there's enough skills to last you through to the end of the game without, unless you grind, which you can do, but there's 0 reason or motivation really to do so. There's enough skills that require enough leveling to where even by the end game, you're still unlocking and leveling stuff. Or, wrapping it up, I guess. In Valkyrie Profile 2, you have to equip equipment. You have to equip, like, gear and accessories in specific configurations in order to even have the abilities available to unlock. And then you have to keep that configuration equipped until you learn it, and then when you take off the gear, you'll have it permanently. It's kind of like in Final Fantasy IX, except it takes the amount of time it takes to like permanently learn the skill is dictated by your party average level, which means that when you do all the grinding that the game requires you to do for a lot of things, you actually make it harder to learn skills. And what's more is that, like, all of the best items in the game, you don't get them as rewards for things or buy them. You have to get them in like a loot system, kind of like Final Fantasy XII, where you beat monsters and then you sell the loot and once you sell requisite pieces of loot for a specific weapon or armor, then you can buy it. And they are batshit expensive with the money that you need to buy them. but also a lot of the things that you have to farm in order to sell those things to unlock them are valuable in and of themselves, and you don't want to sell them. And they're also really rare, and you have to get a lot of them by like beating monsters, and so it's kind of like the battle system is like a free-form mobile version of like Valkyrie Profiles combat. You still have like the side-scrolling and like characters correspond to the, you know, face buttons on the controller, but in between your turns, you have to move around the battlefield in this really awkward way. Sometimes enemies will snipe you multiple times per turn just while you're trying to reach them. And then once you get to them, you have to attack them from a specific angle in order to break parts off them, like Monster Hunter. And that's how you get a lot of these precious items and materials. And sometimes you break something and you get nothing, and sometimes you don't break anything. And it's like all of the worst parts of like so many games just in a just Frankenstein chimera of fuck my life. Jesus. I almost want to stream it just because I think people would get a kick out of how much I bitch about it. Lucy, how's it going? I hit level 90 on my machinist. And I do some pretty mad deeps on it. Do not do that to yours. Yeah, no, I won't. I won't. I just have so many feelings about it. Just, oh my god. And I mean, I started a new playthrough on my PS2, and I'm determined to finish it because I never finished it as a kid. It's just, I'm just blown away. Like that, and like the graphics have this like, it's like, it's a PS2 game, and yet it somehow manages to look worse than like every other RPG. It looked awful. Everything has this like weird foggy glow around it. The environments are really grainy, like the white and black balance is like all over the place. Like it's, a lot of places are really dark and murky, and it's really hard to see. It's just like, and just aesthetically, like in Valkyrie Profile, everyone had these like really vibrant sprites and stuff, and they moved around, and like you got to see them clearly. Yeah, they were two-dimensional, but they looked awesome. And like here, the enemies are like little tiny specks, like way far away from you because the whole battles are 3D now. And it's just like, that's just bad. Oh, and in a weird twist, okay, so imagine, you know, so like Valkyrie Profile had like a combo gauge that was like along the bottom of the screen. In Valkyrie Profile 2, that combo gauge is still there. Guess what isn't there? Damage numbers. Damage numbers don't show up on screen near the enemy. They show up down here on like the combo gauge, and so you have to like, you don't even get to look at and enjoy what action there is if you want to see the damage you're doing. For the longest time, I thought I just wasn't going to get to see damage numbers. And it's the only RPG I've ever seen do that, where like it just puts damage numbers somewhere really unintuitive and like out of the way. Oh yeah, that sucks, Lucy. Are you feeling any better after your Bad day yesterday? I'm kind of curious what that was about, if you don't mind sharing. You, of course, do not have to, but... Certainly don't have to share it on my Twitch chat, but, you know. Oh, and when you're ready, Lucy, I want to pick your brain a little bit about the Final Fantasy VIII playthrough I'm strongly considering doing. Takes the hugs. Why, thank you for these hugs. I will enjoy them later. I should put those in my pocket. I'm gonna go ahead and post this again in case anybody wants to have a gander. Years older after that. How so? Oh, you mean like it took 10 years off your life? Oh, yeah, I get that. I've definitely had a few nightmares like that. Did you eat too much sugar before you went to sleep? That always does it to me. I've slept through... I've fallen asleep on speedy drugs, on downer drugs, on hallucinogens, and a shit ton of caffeine. None of them have given me nightmares like sugar will give me. If I have too much of it before bed, I will just have the most, like, Lovecraftian, apocalyptic, fucking Kafkaesque nightmare scenarios. Just fucking fever dream shit. I'm not even, like, picturing one that I had recently. I don't have it in my head because I guess I trauma block it out, but just thinking about having one of those kinds of nightmares just in a general sense, like, makes my hair stand on end. Gaslighting. Love that for you. That was sarcasm if that wasn't obvious, but yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, parents of people in our general age bracket have a really... I think the world has... I mean, I'm not trying to make excuses for them, far be it for me to do that, but I think the world has just changed so much since boomers and Gen Xers were kids that they just can't wrap their heads around what Zoomers and millennials have to go through. Yeah, you're if it's any comfort, you are not alone. I know. Not to devalue what you're experiencing, but I do know many people, myself included, that have parents that just cannot seem to help doing that. Even when you can tell they're not trying to be assholes, even when you can tell they're like, they have like genuine good faith intentions, they just can't help but just fall into being gaslighting fucking boomers. I'm looking at this spreadsheet, sorry. I don't know, not much is happening in game. Oh, okay. Well, yeah. Nothing my mom said to me, or my dad for that matter, really stacks up to that. That takes the cake. Yeah. No, yeah. Probably the closest thing my mom ever said to me. I'm not gonna share that. But yeah. Well, it's also like, I mean, for my dad's no longer on this mortal coil, but my mom is you know, once in a blue moon, my mom will actually like hop on my Twitch streams. So I'm gonna refrain from going too far down this road, but my mom was actually, all things considered, early stand-up parent and is generally a nice person, and I'm lucky in a lot of ways. It's not to say that, you know, things didn't happen that probably affected me on a neuroplasticity level, but yeah. Yeah, the correct thing to do in that situation would be, I mean, so like, that's fine. If she genuinely doesn't remember it happening, she genuinely doesn't remember it happening. But there's a way to like acknowledge that and speak that as your truth, as they say, while also like not invalidating the other person, in this case her daughter, you know, how they remember it. And then, you know, from there you just say like, you just reassure people, and apologize for, you know, things as they remember them. You don't ever invalidate, because I mean, what's the point even on, like, on a logical level? What, you gonna take each other to court and try and like, you know, present evidence and shit? Like, it's your word versus hers, so, but one person's word versus another is no way for family to behave. Like, you have to like acknowledge each other's viewpoints, because there is no way to, you know, prove it one way or the other. So you don't really approach it like it's a fucking thing that has to be proven true or false. You have to approach it from a place of just like compassion, regardless of whatever the actual case was. Whenever I tried to point in a movie, suffocate the idea. I'm not parsing that last sentence very well. It was like basically were you trying to like kind of emancipate yourself and she was like, no, fuck you, like... Was she like controlling, or was she controlling to a fault, or uncontrolling to a fault, like didn't give a shit? Was like, fuck you, go live on the street, see if I care. See, it's weird. That's the kind of thing that sends mixed messages even in your adult brain, because you're like... You know, the whole gaslighting thing implies a lack of consideration. But then, like... Well, I don't know. I guess it depends on her reasons for not wanting you to, like, move out. Magic. Oh, so she was dependent on you. Codependent? Dependent? No one to cheer. Yeah. You'd think if she was dependent on you, she would be a little nicer. I don't know. What, so you worked as a teenager just to help support the household? Damn. They don't know anything. They don't mind if it... Jesus Christ, wow. ridiculous, but also on one level impressive. I mean, that's... Is that on your resume? Like, goddamn. Wait, do I have enough for that? No, of course I don't. God damn it. Oh, shit. Alright. Oh shit, you actually say that? That's awesome. I mean, I shouldn't say it's awesome, because it sucks to not to be in the position where you have to say that stuff. But for however empowering the ability is to say things like that to someone that's wronged you, that's pretty cool. Well, you know. Fair enough. I have that all the time. I'm no good at telling people off. I think of like so many ways to tell people off after the fact. I never have it locked and loaded and ready to go, and it would really be effective. I had the opposite problem. Like my mom kind of, I don't know. My mom kind of smothered me a little bit. I was not spoiled. Like, but I was sheltered. And yeah, there's a difference. Yeah, you can be one and not the other, but and yeah, that can fuck you up in its own way. Not a helicopter parent. No, not quite. She was just... There exists a type of parent that looks to their relationship with their child for fulfillment, I guess. Puts more is dependent on that relationship for far more than is appropriate or comfortable. Kind of, yeah. And I mean, to an extent, it's a product of circumstances because she was a single mom and I was an only child. So, you know. She was cool in a lot of in ways that a lot of people would be envious of, though. She didn't discourage me from playing video games, for one. I don't know. I had a weird childhood. I don't know anybody. I don't know anybody that had an upbringing like mine. It's apparently a rarity. That's right. I think I banned myself from using... Yeah, I think I decided I wasn't going to let myself heal in the menu. That's another thing. It almost feels like it should be like a... I mean, just from what little you've told me so far, it sounds like your mother might have some memory problems. I find it difficult to believe that a person could, first of all, have sex with somebody, and second of all, bear their child and not remember their name. I know all of the first names and almost all of the last names of everybody I ever was in a relationship with for longer than like a few months. My long-term memory, unlike my short-term memory, is pretty nice. The only one whose last name I can't remember because we weren't together that long, and also she changed it on Facebook, and so I can't remember what it was before that, but jeez. Even with only 61 MP, a spirit talisman lets me use all this shit. That's bananas. Alright. Yeah, my dad was an alcoholic, and that is why he is no longer with us, and also why he was kind of a shitty parent. And it sucks because, like, I'm very curious what he would think of me nowadays. And I also think he had a lot of secrets that, I'll just never know. Yeah, well, not only was he an alcoholic, but he was a stockbroker. You know, it's funny because I can always remember him being pretty pretty liberal, you know, which is like the bare minimum tier of like decent human being politically. But like he was also a Vietnam vet and had some PTSD issues, I think. And yeah, he never struck me as... He was actually, like, compared to my mom, he was actually, like, pretty not, I don't want to say politically active, but like he was constantly like watching the news and shit and like commenting on it whenever I was around him, and he had like no filter. I know he always voted Democrat, but he never went deeper than that. Yeah, I don't know. Oh shit. Sorry about that. Well, they're the first chat rules I ever felt the need to draft, so I could probably revise them somewhat. And they're actually pretty new. In I've had Twitch for about that same amount of time, 8 years, and I've only set up chat rules in like the last. I think it was like a year ago. I don't know. Oh, chew loudly on that soru bread all you want. I will accept your soru bread ASMR. That's like the... That's the weirdest kind of ASMR. The only way to explain that is like providing Foley for hentai. People that like eat things and chew stuff on the microphone and make like mouth sounds. That's Foley for hentai. Anyway. He didn't break that chat rules. I haven't looked at them in a while. I don't even I mean, I'll look at them later. Shit, I'm having trouble focusing. That's right. Okay, yeah. That was a weird little sound. Did anybody else hear that weird beep? I wonder if that was my emulator being a little glitchy. Yeah, that... I have no clue what that was. You know, I've fucked with the hex code in this game so much that I wouldn't be surprised if it had some unintended consequences. Although, you know, as I've been saying, this game is probably one of the easier ones to save state hack. Like it's very beginner tier to go in and mod this thing. Oh. No, you haven't spoiled. This isn't a spoiler playthrough. So those chat rules about backseating and spoilers, those only apply to when I'm doing blind playthroughs, which actually are probably going to be a rarity going forward. This is not a blind playthrough. This is a game that I know extremely well, and I'm doing a challenge playthrough of it. It's a little bit of an experiment, and it's not a story-focused playthrough either. I'm actually like fast-forwarding through a lot of the story. So everything's fair game for this one. The only time it like no backseating or no spoilers applies is when it says it in the tags for the stream. And you know, and in the stream title. I'll specifically put like blind playthrough in the title, and I'll put like no spoilers, no backseating in the tags. But yeah. It is really good. Like this and Final Fantasy VII were my first two PS1 games, and it's actually kind of funny. Yeah, I love Final Fantasy too, but like I got this and Final Fantasy VII for Christmas one year, and I started playing Final Fantasy VII because I'd heard more about it, and the pacing in the early game Midgar section turned me off, and so I went and played this instead. And then came back and finished 7 afterwards. But yeah, this was like my first probably like proper JRPG. This is definitely like, I think this was the first game I ever played with like turn-based combat and random encounters. Before this, the closest thing I'd ever played to that was, you know, like Zelda, which isn't close at all, but you know. Piece of piss, like easy? Yeah. I mean, I played it when I was like 11 or 12. And it's hard when you're that age. But yeah, now it's definitely a piece of piss. Yeah, I mean, that's one way to put it. I'm having trouble focusing. I made a lot of rules for this playthrough, and those rules go against a lot of like habits that I have in muscle memory. Like I'm trying to basically not use the menu to heal, but it's such a force of habit to like come into the menu after battles and like check on stuff that I'm like forgetting it. Oh yeah, that's very true. Yeah. Although to be fair, like, I mean, it's a well-designed game because, I mean, to balance that out, you have Spirit, and if you put Spirit in Final Fantasy VII, I mean, Spirit as a mechanic is pretty fucking OP. I mean, it's not OP, it's just like, it's a powerful mechanic. Oh. Well, yeah. Every leg, every weapon, every Huh. Yeah, I guess since, wait, you mean to tell me that, like, a character's leg and a character's arm are, like, animated in isolation from each other? That's weird. I'm not a graphics person, so, like, I can't even wrap my head around that. I believe it, though, because, I mean, the animations in this game are very ahead of their time. Alright. So yeah, if you look at the pinned... I don't know if you can... If you just join the... I mean... It's funny, I stream on Twitch, but I watch Twitch very infrequently, so there's a lot of shit. I have a lot of blind spots with it. So I don't know if people that, like, join the chat after I pin a comment can see that pinned comment, but... if you can, there's a Google document for, like, the challenge run rules, although I need to update them. I'm one of those nerds that keeps like a Google document for every challenge playthrough I do. Or a Google spreadsheet. Nine Rasu levels. Oh, by animation, you you mean like the actual like graphic model, not like the movements. Yeah, I know that. Yeah, because you can mix and match armor and like it'll. Yeah, okay. Well, okay. I mean, I believe you. I just don't. I don't perceive it. Probably. Nope, not doing that. Not enough free blocks on memory card. Wait, what the fuck? Hold on. Oh. I was tinkering with the Final Fantasy VIII challenge that I may or may not do after this, and forgot to change out the memory cards. Give me just a second. God damn it, where are they? Oh, here we go. There we go. That seems inefficient, though. I wonder why they did it like that. Because, like, when you change gear, your characters don't move. I mean, I guess if what you're saying is true, they move differently whenever you equip new gear. But it's, like, so subtle. I certainly wouldn't fault anybody for not noticing. Skip. I've heard that a lot of people actually think that this game's story is kind of stupid, and there's stupid parts of it, but I actually quite like it. I mean, no disrespect towards it for fast-forwarding through it. Ambush? Get the fuck out. I wouldn't say oversimple. It's definitely... I mean, I don't know. The world, I think, has so many interesting things about it that, for me, it like, I find the concept of Suru, like, incredibly fascinating. And, that, to me, just makes the entire world of Legaia feel more interesting. Trance! The expert is in the house. Dude, Trance, ever since you've been like... Yeah, ever since I learned how much of a Legaia guru you are, since I've been doing these playthroughs, I keep finding your name in like unexpected places. Like, I was reading this thread on GameFAQs, and all of a sudden I see like a post from you, like years ago, like a decade. That's crazy. It's like, oh man, where was this guy all my life? I think some of the comments that I've seen from him on GameFAQs might predate Twitch. I mean, this game certainly predates Twitch, but yo, Gala, I think it's dead. I think you got it, buddy. And you can stop punching the crushed rubber red lumps of meat and bone anytime now. The internet. Yeah. Yeah, so Trance, I'm doing that job, that enforced job system playthrough I was telling you about. And if you click the pin comment on the spreadsheet, you can see I made some changes. I actually, because I was so tired, like on the last playthrough, Vaughn was kind of the attacker because his attack stat was so high. So I decided to make Vaughn the mage, Gala the attacker, and Noah's kind of like in between. Yeah, I made some changes to it. And I'm also adding another layer of difficulty in that I'm not letting myself heal in the menu. Yeah, I had to make a lot of stat adjustments because Vaughn had way... Even this, like if I give him a spirit talisman, he can cast fucking Puera. And, which in fact he has a spirit talisman on now. Yeah, I had to make like the, in order to balance it out, I had to make like the spirit talisman like mutually exclusive with the, Palma and Mule. And I had to make the magic source and the magic grail also mutually exclusive. This is kind of tough to balance, but I think I've actually hit it. When I did the test drive for this, I got all the way up to Zito, and I was like, "Oh shit, this is too easy. I gotta make some major adjustments." But I think I got it. You know, in my opinion, an avant-garde choice would... That's a delightful choice of words. In my opinion, an avant-garde choice would be like the life source or metal source. Magic source is actually pretty handy. I mean, it's basically like... I mean, it's essentially a magic grail, except instead of working in battle, it works out of battle. So like, it's really good for like going from A to B with all the random encounters. I wouldn't use it in a boss fight, then I'd switch to the magic grail, but yeah, it's just handy. Let me make sure I'm finding everything. That's right. This always confuses me because straight ahead is actually the detour you're actually supposed to go. To the right to actually get forward. Yeah, I don't think I've ever used the metal source or the life source. Because, like, you don't need... The metal source is a hilarious item, like... It's like... Here, let's regenerate this thing that you only use in combat. You know, out of combat. Yeah, and I gave Vaughn, instead of giving Vaughn all magic, I gave him like, basically all the Suru except for the weakest in each element. And then I gave those to Noah instead. I tried to make it so that there was almost zero overlap in what characters can and can't do. So yeah, and then Noah just has the weakest of each one. Her job really is not to cast magic though, but she can. Okay, let's spirit. Yeah, the version that I showed you a few weeks ago was like way too overpowered. I had to tune it quite a bit. Also, I discovered that like, so in the hex code, there's values for each shuru that you have. Like each of these corresponds to you know, 2-bit hexadecimal. But then there's a separate value that like purely reflects how many Suru you've unlocked. And if you set that to 0, then you get these. Where it's just like, hey, here's some mystery magic that you can't actually use. Or it's the other way around, where like, you can set that number of Suru absorbed to its maximum, but then just zero out all the Suru individually that you have. One of the two does this, where it's like you just have like dummy magic. I was trying to make it basically so that I could keep everybody clean of Suru they're not supposed to have. Just because I'm weird like that. Yeah, well, I'm not using waters this time. They're leveling up normally. But, I actually, at the end of the last stream, I was like at level 20, I think. And I, hacked myself to level 25, but actually nerfed my stats somewhat. Vaughn had, like, everybody, even when I set everybody's stats to 0 at level 1, your stats level up so quickly. Like, you amass so many stats from just like a dozen levels or so. And it was starting to muddy up people's rolls, so I went and, like, you know, clamped them back down again. Yeah, and so I set everybody to level 25 for the sole purpose of making them level up slower. And I think either next stream or the stream after that, I'll probably set everybody to level 50. So that I'll level up even slower, and also I'll get less stats per level up. Yeah, we'll see. Actually, I think I have some... I think I had to... Yeah, that's why I have these Crimson books. I actually... I cut everybody's level, and then I, like, fiddled with their stats, and then I power leveled them to see where the numbers ended up with the changes that I made. And, so that's why these are here. They're not really gonna help me that much, but... 3 agility is fucking funny. Yeah. Oh, fun fact. I'll have to... it kind of breaks the rules of the playthrough, but, like... I discovered off-stream that if you don't have enough art blocks for even a single command... like if... like... So yeah. So if you have an agility bar like that, and you select auto... I don't know, fuck it. Here, let's... I'm gonna be a purist here, and I'm not gonna... I'll make a save state here, and then reload it afterwards. But if you select auto like this, at least once I saw that it basically just selects whatever the top move is from their art list and uses that, regardless of whether they have room for it. Ah, okay. Never mind. It did do that once. I swear to God, because I saw him use, like, Tornado Flame, and I was like, wait, how do you can't use Tornado Flame? How are you doing that? Oh, you know what? Maybe he doesn't... No, Vaughn will never use his... It's not AP. He's got plenty of that. And will always. Yeah, well, the game's making a liar out of me now, but I could have sworn, like... I don't know. I can just keep selecting commands. Oh, but I can't actually confirm them. Yeah, you can't actually go forward. Like, you can't, like, I can't progress from here. Like, you can't actually select anything from there. You have to hit auto. But, I'm gonna try it one more time. I'm wondering if it's, like, random. Yeah, Noah, part of Noah's rules is that, like, so Noah's kind of a jack of all trades. She can do everything, but she has, like, very specific limitations on it. If she spirits, she has to auto attack afterwards. So, like, I can't take full advantage of her long arts bar. She's the only one that can use items, and she can use magic, but only this magic, so... No, because I don't think I had 0 when this happened. It wasn't like at the very beginning. It was I leveled up a couple of times, so you know, whatever. It was just weird, and I'm annoyed that I can't reproduce it now because I thought it was really interesting, but you know, whatever. Yeah, no problem, bud. Good to have you here. The way his sword randomly goes like... I mean... I don't know, I always found something very Freudian about that. It's just so unnecessary. So yeah, I think I had decided to just not use waters, just like sell them. Oh yeah, it's fantastic, right? Yeah, it kind of, you know, it kind of reminds me of that frog sound. Is the sound that the Goblin enemies make in Final Fantasy XIV. It's vaguely similar. Yeah, I hate that noise. Sounds like the girl from The Grudge trying to sing. There's a few of these things. So like I'm basically selling everything. I mean, obviously I'm selling all my outdated armor, but every accessory that isn't part of the job system rules, I'm selling. Unless it's something like the Crimson books that I hacked in for a specific purpose, but so I'm trying to keep track of the ones that I've picked up. Yeah, so that will be shit-canning this, and does anybody have the... Yeah, no. Getting rid of the slowness chain and the target chain, and I think that's it. Maybe? Yeah, I think that's it. Alright, because since I haven't streamed in, you know, the better part of 2 weeks, I'm trying to get back into the flow of it, so even for me, I can tell that I'm more distracted than usual. Fuck it. ADD medication isn't like that. If anything, it kicks in harder at the beginning after you haven't taken it a while, and then as you take it more regularly, the edges smooth out a little bit. It's not like antidepressants where, like, you have to take them regularly for a while before you really start feeling them. I got my medication back today, and I immediately took it, like, in the car at the pharmacy, and it was just like I felt like it was like fucking Popeye the Sailor Man found his fucking spinach. It was just ugh. Yeah. Yeah. I had that problem with the antidepressants too. The thing is, with ADD medication, you're motivated. Like, it is its own motivation. I don't have to set an alarm to take that shit. Just, for the past 11 days, I was like, you know, I was like in standby mode. I just powered down. You know, I felt like is like as close as a human being can get to, what do they call it? Torpor? Or torpor, whatever. It's like the mini hibernation that like lizards and birds go into when it gets cold, or, you know, whatever. I know how to spell it, I don't know how to pronounce it. It's one of those weird words where I can't think of where the accent is. And the crazy thing is that I actually had a harder time sleeping too, which you wouldn't think would be. You know, you'd think going off ADD meds, you'd like just zonk out and sleep for hours and oversleep and just, you know, just like a bear crawling into a cave, just sleep for 12 hours, wake up for 4, go back to bed. It was actually really hard to get to sleep because, like, the ability to focus extends to falling asleep too. Maybe not for everybody, but for I think for some people, certainly people that have ADD, like there's a certain amount of focus that goes in to falling asleep. You know, if you're like me, you think of something and you think of something that you can just kind of like put your mind on a treadmill with, and just keep doing that until you pass out. Without my meds, it's impossible to get on that treadmill. I actually have an easier time falling asleep on prescription speed than I do off of it. No, I just can't. No, it's not that. I keep falling off the treadmill. Yeah, it's basically like the best way I can describe it is kind of a self-induced tunnel vision. I guess there's something meditative about it, but I've never been good at meditation. Gives me anxiety. Like just the idea of like close your eyes and focus on your breathing, that immediately just makes me anxious. I don't know how people do it, but yeah. Meditation is definitively not for me. Alright, it's boss time. Let's see how badly I get spanked. I'm gonna equip this, not so that I can use Jito. I can't. But, these roster talismans also double his defensive boost. And I'm not letting myself... The normal, like, elemental jewels are not a part of this playthrough, so... My bacon will not be saved by those under any circumstances. Damn it. See 4 9s pop up over my ass. If it isn't Songy's favorite group of idiots. I wonder who his least favorite group of idiots is. This implies that there's a competition somewhere. I love that pose that he strikes right beforehand. He's like, "Come at me, scrub lord, I'm ripped." Alright. Ow. What a dick. Look at that, even with spirit, I can't even... Probably can't even... Actually, hold on. Just for science, I want to see what happens. Nope, not gonna attack. Alright. See, without the spirit talisman, I'm at full MP right now, so all of this stuff that's grayed out, I just naturally don't have enough MP to cast. Damn it. Oh yeah, so Lucy, I don't know if you're still there, but So I know you really like Final Fantasy VIII. On how nerdy of a level do you like it? Like, are you... Like, do you, like... Could you say that you like, basically know all of the game mechanics like the back of your hand, pretty much? Or is it... not that? Since you're a big fan of the game, I'd like to pick your brain about the playthrough that I'm planning. Fair enough, fair enough. Well, I don't know. I think you probably know more than you think you do, if you're that big of a fan. I said 10, I doubled... Ah, that's no big deal. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. But, okay, so... My plan is... So there's a... save state editor called Hein. I think. Yeah, Hyne. If you just Google Hein FF8, you can read about it. But it's a save state editor for Final Fantasy VIII, and but it's like kind of finicky. Basically, I would need to rewrite either via the save state editor or by hacking in GF, like amnesia greens and all of the GF item learning ability things. I would need to hack all of those in, and I would basically need to completely redesign the GF ability sets in order to make it like, in order to not pull my fucking hair out. And I would also need to like delegate magic very specifically. One thing I've always wanted to do, so in FF8 you have junctions, that's what everybody knows, but there's also these bonus abilities for each stat that make your stats just grow more, kind of like, you know, in a more traditional, like they would in a more traditional RPG. Like you get like if you have strength bonus, like basically you get an extra point in strength per level up, so at level 100 that's 100 extra strength. So I wanted to kind of do something where I relied more on those bonus abilities than junctions. There'd be some junctions, but like I would nerf their usage significantly. The problem is that unlike almost every other GF ability in the game, there's no item that will teach bonus abilities to GFs. So I could use the save state editor to force a GF to learn them, but like I said, it's really finicky. I've actually, you know, what is he saying? Always wondered. Now, it's not that specific, basically. So the save state editor can only... It's not like save state hacking. Basically, it only acts upon things that the game is already designed to do. You know, it can't, like... I don't know, and it's really weird because, like... It's obnoxious because when you modify the save state using the save editor, you have to save it, and then you have to reset the emulator and reload the memory card on the emulator before it will take. And also, like, you know how some GFs don't learn certain abilities like there's certain abilities that are prerequisites for others, and sometimes those other, you know, like summon magic plus 40% doesn't even show up until you've unlocked and learned summon magic 10 through 30%. So if you remove those abilities, the game gets confused because it's like, wait a minute, I've got this ability here that is just like orphaned, basically. At least I think that's what's happening. I don't know. I need to fuck with it a bit. It's really complicated. It's gonna require a lot more effort. It's gonna be way more advanced than anything I did here. So the funny thing is, I have a second. All right, so this spreadsheet was not public until just a second ago. I've made it public here. This is I've been thinking about doing this with Final Fantasy VIII for a long time. And I made this spreadsheet. This spreadsheet is just like a shit ton of scratch notes of me trying to like work shit out. It's the game is so amorphous. Like every character, like there's so few like rules and restrictions that trying to come up with them in order to make the playthrough more challenging, interesting, and fun is actually really difficult. Like every character can potentially do everything, and it's like you have to do a lot of fencing in order to make that make it work. Yeah, well, see, I was trying to come up with jobs by, like, grouping spells according to certain criteria. Like, if you go over to the job spells sheet, it's like the 6th sheet, I think, from the left. I'm, like, trying to, like, tease out, like, different groupings of spells and who to give them to. I don't know. None of that's set in stone. That's just me, like, trying to fiddle with it and figure it out. Because I remember, actually, as a kid, I distinctly remember really liking Final Fantasy VIII. And, but every single time I've played it subsequently since then, I've liked it less and less. Yeah, when we do this playthrough, I'm gonna have some choice words about the story. Yeah, the game's over. That's another thing. There will be 0 triple triad in this playthrough. 0 goose egg, or Zed, as they say in the, as the Brits say. And I don't even dislike the card game. It's just impossible to play the card game and not break the game. Impossible. Oh, Lucy, don't even... I'm using a guide for this game right now. This game that I'm like... by a lot of yardsticks, expert at. I use guides. All using a guide means is that you can't remember things. And, yeah. Don't feel bad. Like, I would use a guide too. I'm not gonna remember all that shit. Oh, I look up shit because I'm a fucking dork like that. And also, like, to do the kinds of challenges that I do, you usually have to basically... Doing challenge runs is interesting because it basically... The kind of challenges I like to do are basically where you... like, look at where your characters end up when you play like a perfect playthrough and like optimize everything and grind everything out and get really overpowered. You take that and then you chisel away at it until it's challenging again. That's basically the kinds of challenges I do. So you start from that place of like overpoweredness and work your way down from there until it's hard again in an interesting way. As a kid, I used to have so many ideas about what he was saying before I realized it was just Japanese. I used to think he was saying, what did I think? I thought he was saying like wigging so hard. Like wearing a wig really hard. Yeah, right. That's right, I can't do that. I have to auto. Isn't it though? I got other ones. It's honestly, it's a little embarrassing even to share it on stream. And a lot of times I just like, I have the gibberish words in my head and I haven't really articulated what it sounds like. A lot of times I can't actually come up with real words. Like when Noah says choreosmai or whatever the fuck that is, that's not a word. So I can't, there's not even a joke to be made there. I mean, I recognize Nike. I just don't understand why she has to simp for a sneaker company when she wins a battle. You know, teach their own, I guess. God, I wish I could use Tempest Break. I've scaled Gala and Noah's agility somewhat differently from what it normally would be at this point. Sorry, I'm just triple checking to make sure I don't need healing. Say it hurts. Ow, it hurts. You happy? Either say it hurts or Saiyan Hut. Like a Super Saiyan version of like a hut, like Jabba the Hutt. Imagine Jabba the Hutt going Super Saiyan. The other thing with Final Fantasy VIII I'm having a lot of trouble with is trying to figure out like who I want to be what job. So I like it to be on theme. But Final Fantasy VIII does that really annoying thing that a lot of JRPGs are guilty of. But it's thankfully dying out, where like every female character is shitty physically and good with magic. And every male character is the opposite. And I hate that. That just really irks me. With the exception of Noah, who for some reason has like really, really good stats just like across the board. But the idea of using Noah physically is just goofy. Because her weapon is silly. There's no two ways about it. Noah's weapon is goofy. God, you know what? I'm already thinking of another idea for a playthrough of this game. But don't worry, I'm not going to do it. At least, not for a while. I'm sure by the time we get through this, everyone will be a little sick of Legaia, but... I'm worried. I've never played FF3. I'm worried that I won't like it. I really liked 5, but I probably could have liked 5 more if I hadn't have played Tactics in Final Fantasy 12 before 5. Now, having played 5, Tactics, and 12, I feel like the job system in 3 is gonna just be disappointing to me. Let me ask, so has anybody played the Pixel remaster of 4? And if so, do they know what that's based on? I'm asking because I want to know if it's as Fisher-Price easy as the original US version of Final Fantasy IV was. Or if it's based on the later versions where it's a little harder. If I ever stream FF5, it's probably going to be a Kami run. Five is really good. Of all of the old school Final Fantasies, 5 is the only one that held my interest long enough for me to beat it. Speaking of beating things, oh shit, and we stole a Wonder Elixir. Nice. Yeah, but like there's what I'm wondering, so like there's like 50 different versions of Final Fantasy IV, and it's like that for a lot of the old NES and SNES Final Fantasies. Like they remade them and or ported them to PS1, Game Boy Advance, Nintendo DS, you know, variously, and none of them are the same. And I specifically remember hearing that the original US release of Final Fantasy IV was like egregiously easy, and that difficulty wasn't fixed until a particular version of it, but I can't remember which one. This guy's like Gary Oak, only actually evil, and a lot more toxic. Huh. That... yeah. I don't think I'll ever play 4 again, because... and Alanius is gonna laugh when I say this, but like... I hate that that Cecil, like, turns into a paladin from a Dark Knight. And then you just lose all of the cool Dark Knight stuff after that. I hate that. It is. It is. But also, even if... it wouldn't matter what his original job... even if he wasn't a Dark Knight, if he was named any other job in the Final Fantasy franchise, I would rather him have stayed whatever that job is than be a paladin. I just don't like paladins. I don't like the concept. When I think of a paladin, I think of, like, you know, like medieval Catholics that went around slaughtering people that like prayed to you know, different invisible people than they did. Like I just think of Christianity whenever I think of a paladin. The association is like locked in. No one's going to change it. Knights Templar has even worse connotations, considering there's a lot of oh, what do they call those guys? Shit. There's like a strain of there's a name for it. I can't remember what it is, but it's basically like a ultra far right, like basically like LARPing as Knights Templar with like a dash of neo-Nazism over it. There's actually a term for it. I can't remember what it is. Yeah. Yeah, and they use the like their instead of basically, okay, so basically all you need to know is it's like a version of Nazism that instead of like instead of co-opting old Norse runic symbols and also just making some up that were never involved, but that's a whole nother discussion. Instead of using all that imagery, they use like medieval Christian imagery. But stuff that's specific to medieval Christianity that like modern day Christians even wouldn't necessarily recognize. Oh yeah, dude, you're right. I fucked up. Hold on. What's the rewind hotkey? Where did I send it to? Good catch. Rewind. Where is it? Fast forward. Rewind. Okay. I don't have that bound to the controller because I don't want to be doing it on accident. Keyboard, quote, left. Okay. There we go. Crisis averted. Good catch, Elias. Very good catch. I totally was not even thinking. I didn't even realize what I was doing until I looked at chat and said, hey, no menuing. Final Fantasy 1 just sounds like a relic of a bygone time that has no business being played nowadays. Just from what I've heard anecdotally. Oh yeah. Now Noah's like, stop paying attention to your chat, we gotta revive the Genesis tree. I have heard that. I've heard that quite a bit. Yeah, that thing about, like, in Final Fantasy IV, Cecil turning into from a Dark Knight to a Paladin, like, that annoys me so much because I feel like if not for that, I would be able to enjoy Final Fantasy IV in much the same way as, like, Final Fantasy IX. Like, you've got, it's a enforced, locked-in job system for each character. I don't want my main character to be a fucking Paladin, especially a Paladin that abandoned one of the coolest jobs in all of Final Fantasy to be a Paladin. You know. What are you talking about? Do I have a boner for FF9 any more than, like, 7 or 12? No, I'm curious. Like, is that people's perception? Do I go on about 9 excessively more than any other Final Fantasy? I hounded you to finish Nier. I don't remember this. I'm not saying it didn't happen, I just have no recollection of it. Oh, that's why. Yeah. So actually, so one thing you may not know about my wife is that it's not easy to get her into new stuff. She's very picky. And so whenever I manage to get her into something and break through that barrier, it's like it like makes me so happy. And like the first video game I ever got her to pick up and play, aside from her preconceived notions, and play all the way through and beat, was Final Fantasy IX, and she actually wound up really liking it. Why do you hate? Oh, you hate all of my favorites. 7, 9, and 12 are and I mean, honestly, like, I think I could probably put Final Fantasy V in the 4th or 5th spot in my top 5. Yeah, but people will roll their eyes if you go on too much about 7. I think that one thing I don't like about the way people talk about 7 is when they compare 7's character progression to Final Fantasy VIII's, in the sense that every character is a blank slate and can eventually do everything. And I always like have to jump in and be like, no, because every character has the option to do everything, but they have to like here's everything to pick from, but you have to pick at most 16 of those things if you're wearing an 8-slot weapon and an 8-slot armor. And a lot of the best armor in the game rules that out, so that's the kind of limitations that 7 has that 8 doesn't, and it makes the game more interesting. Doing an enforced job playthrough of 7 would be way easier because you have those constraints already built in. And they don't really go out the window until until like the end game, when you get like the master materia and stuff. I've actually heard some solid arguments for... I would agree with you as far as Penelo goes. But I actually think Vaughn undergoes meaningful character development. Not a lot, but he and it mostly stops after, once you get about halfway through the game. But I also like the way that Vaughn is kind of like a accidentally kind of stumbles into being the voice of reason by like asking questions that would be dumb to the other characters that have these like grandiose plans. Like there's one point in the game where like Ash is like talking to everybody and she's laying out her like master plan to go and do whatever with the Magicite, the whatever Thunderstone she needs to evolve her Pikachu, and Vaughn is like, wait, do you even know how to use it? And there's just like this like fucking 9 months pregnant pause there. I forget where it is in the game, but it's like he asks questions that are usually dumb, but like every now and then they'll actually be like, they'll actually make everybody else stop and think for a second. But the thing is, I mean, you're right, Vaughn's not the main character, he's a secondary character, but he never tries to be anything more than that, you know what I mean? Like, you know, it's not like Final Fantasy X where you have to listen to him narrate the game and listen to him like bitch about everything that everybody else is doing and kind of, you know, just rock the boat constantly. I think Vaughn is far less offensive than most people paint him to be. He's fine. He's fine. 7 out of 10. What I'm saying is that it works for the game. He doesn't need to be there, but like that's the game makes that self-evident. He's a street urchin. He's just kind of being swept along. Like, it literally fits with his character arc that he doesn't need to be there. I don't know, I think it works. And because he's just kind of being swept along, and he doesn't try to... As a character, Vaughn doesn't ever try to, like, wrestle control of the narrative or the action from the other, more interesting, developed characters. He's a captive audience, and, like, he bitches far less than, you know, Tidus, for instance. I'm just gonna auto. You wanna know what's really funny is that in Final Fantasy VIII, Squall is actually my favorite character. You know, if you discount Laguna, Warden, Kyros. I never understood why, I think people's reaction to Squall is really weird. People call him emo, but he's like, if anything, he's fucking stoic. He's like the opposite of Evo. He never shows anything. And he's constantly in his own head, and everything that he says inside parentheses in his own head is brilliant. Because 9 times out of 10, he's shitting all over all the other characters for good reason. I love Squall. He wouldn't make any, like, favorites list of mine, but, like, you know, outside the context of his own game, but within the context of his own game, oh yeah, he's the best. He says exactly what I'm thinking, like, a good chunk of the time. Like... Yeah, everything he says in his head, they're all fucking, like, just... Every time I see parentheses show up in his dialogue box, I'm like, oh shit. Get ready for the roast. You're joking, right? Zell is your favorite? Explain that. I'm morbidly curious. How is Zell your favorite? Why? There's a story here and I want to hear it. Tell me all about it. I want an essay on why Zell is your favorite character. I won't try to tell you otherwise. Is he attractive though? I have the kind of like sexual plasticity to where I can like have to where I have like opinions that I trust on like you know, that guy's hot, that guy's not, you know, whatever. Zell, no, I'm not seeing it. Like, I don't think he's a himbo though. Because he's too uppity to be like a himbo would be. Himbos are more like airheaded, absent-minded and shit, whereas Zell is just like yeah. I don't know, when I think of himbo, I think of somebody is a little calmer, more like airheaded in more of a passive way. You know, just kind of a doofus. A little bit less loud. I think, I mean, I think every... Hold on, I'm trying to think. Yeah. I'm parsing all of the male characters in that game. Okay, so with the exception of... let's see. Sid, Biggs, and Wedge. With the exception of those three, I think every other male character in the game is hotter than Zell is. That includes Squall, that includes Irvine, that includes Cypher, that includes Raijin or Raijin, however the fuck you say it. That includes Kyros, that includes Ward, and that includes Laguna. I can find something aesthetically appealing about every last one of them, not Zell. See, you know, that's the other interesting thing about Final Fantasy VIII. The story has the opposite effect on me. Like, I'm not rooting for Squall to get, like, together with somebody. I'm rooting for him to be, like, you know, happy on his own. Like, he doesn't... I don't know. I don't. They have zero... That's the other thing about the story, right? Is that those two have zero chemistry. the story, they're just shipped together. And then every other Aquistus, Selfie, Irvine and Zell are just like constantly just like pushing them into each other, and the whole time Squall in his parentheses is like, this is stupid, and he's right. It was hard to like Rinoa after so my first impression of Rinoa, keep in mind, very, very first impression when I was like, I don't know, 11. First impression. Again, 11, don't judge me. When I first saw Rinoa, I was like, they just remade Tifa and gave her smaller boobs and put her in blue. I don't care for her character design. It's really bland. Is it though? I feel like I could find as much problematic about that as wonderful. And like also in no way can I imagine, like, you know, chronologically after the story of Final Fantasy VIII concludes, I cannot see them staying together for long. Because they don't have anything in common. Their personalities clashed. They were forced together. They got close under extreme circumstances, which, you know, that's a, you know, that tends to fizzle when the extreme circumstances are no longer a thing. And that, and like Squall has so many emotional issues that haven't resolved, and they're not the kind of issues that get resolved by jumping into a relationship. Sure. Yeah. It always struck me as very contrived. Even as a kid, it felt contrived. I mean, if you look at 7, like there's... Even 7, for instance, there was more chemistry between Cloud and Tifa, and also Cloud and... Well, really Cloud and like almost every character in the cast. That also, like, really annoys me when people call Cloud emo. Like, do they play the game? Cloud's a fucking chatty Cathy. Cloud flaps his jaws all the time. He says all sorts of stuff. He's not, like... I don't know, and, like, after the halfway point in the game, he's giving, like... You know, whenever you talk to other characters in the party, he, like, gives them advice and... talks to them about stuff. Like, I don't know, he like really comes out of his shell. Squall never does that though. Squall's always going to be stoic, and he's, I don't know, he just... There's no characterization prior to him falling in love with Rinoa that lends credence to the idea that he would fall in love with Rinoa. I know I'm like basically running around in circles and just getting into random encounters over and over, and I've made no progress getting out of here. I'm gonna try and run. Love who for what? Sorry, I just had a disconnect there. That's right, I'm supposed to be going this way. Not that way. Yeah, like... You know, if there's a single... Yeah, I don't know. I feel like the same people that made a big fuss about calling either Cloud or Squall emo, they're probably the same. Those people are probably throwing around the term woke nowadays. It's just a meaningless thing that it's just their word for something they don't like, whatever that is. In my opinion, if you want to call a Final Fantasy protagonist emo, it should be Titus. Just because he's loud and whiny. He's like a distraught puppy the entire game. I'm trying to make up for lost time because I like lollygagged quite a bit there. Yeah, I never understood why people called him like emo. I always read him as being very much the opposite. But I mean, that's the thing I noticed a lot. Like, whenever there's someone that's like kind of like dark, brooding, and quiet, and not very expressive, a lot of people call that emo, and I'm like, it's just like, why don't you just like hand me a like lump of coal and try and convince me it's white? Like, he very specifically like almost never expresses himself for the first half of the game unless it's in his own head. And the thoughts he has in his head are actually quite grounded in logic. Like, he's the silent voice of reason. He just doesn't ever speak it up and share it with people. I'm actually getting more jazzed about playing it now, talking about this, because I feel like I have a lot to say about the game. It is a slog to get through. The first disc is... It's painful. There's no way around that, I don't think. Oh hey, this is a playthrough where we can buy weapons. It's fun. See if we can get anything new. Let's sell... I'm not going to use elixirs either. Yeah, just sell all this shit. Aw. Party pooper. Alright, well. I'm still needing to, like, focus my motivation a little bit. I feel like I'm, like, not 100% committed to playing it after this. But I'm close. I'm, like, 90%. I really just need to, like, come up with a definitive plan as to how I'm gonna do the challenge. And, hopefully one that's, you know, low maintenance. I know, I wanted to start earlier. I could have started like an hour or two before, but like because I hadn't streamed in so long, it kind of took me a minute to work up to it. This is nice too, like the way this game like yeah, shit's expensive and you don't get a lot of money from battle, but like each subsequent arms shop, it's not like a full across the board upgrade for everybody. There's usually just like a handful of new items. Like a lot of this stuff was in the store back in either Octum or Vidna. And there's just a few items that have available upgrades rather than like all of them all at once. It's nice that it kind of like doles that shit out to you piecemeal. Although in a normal playthrough, I probably wouldn't have had enough money to buy all that. I only have all that money because I've been selling shit left and right. Finds me. Take care, buddy. Okay. What is the item shop? Oh, here, hold on. I should tone down the fast forward a bit. Sorry, use tax of rare art. You know, like, knowing what Saryu actually is guilty of in this game's story, and then just like the icing on the cake. Ah, yeah, he also has like fucking Prince John of Nottingham tiered taxes. And, although I guess if I'm being fair, this is probably the most well-built, designed, and kept town in the game thus far. I mean, it's got like actual streets and shit. No crumbling infrastructure, so I guess the taxes are being put to use, but I don't know. He probably makes a fucking treasurer do it. Actually, I don't even know what happens if you go to, if you go talk to Saryu before doing the whole Suru Bride thing. A huge Suru jugger now. Zzz. Okay. What's interesting is that, like, So these are Kimaro right here, but they're like statues, they're not moving. So they, on your first playthrough, not knowing anything about the game, you might think they're just part of the scenery, but if you go up to them and hit the button for talk or confirm, you see Vaughn like turns towards them slightly. See? I don't have anything to say to you, though. Yeah, so you can't. So we will obey what's... Yeah, okay. So, like, these soldiers down here are brainwashed. You know, but this guy up here is doing praxis by sleeping at work. How is he spared? You got these guys down here that are, you know, loyal automatons to the fascist dictatorship, and then this guy up here who's, you know, reacquiring his labor hours. I mean, it's shit praxis, but to the extent that it preserves your sanity and energy enough to, like, maintain any kind of political consciousness, it's good. I'd, like, fully, like, you know, you're... you know, even by, like... It's funny because, like, the very hiring process in capitalism basically mathematically tells you that, like, you can spend, like, a significant percentage of your shift doing nothing, and your CEO will still turn a profit. And that goes double for me because I do a lot of automation, so I automate a lot of my own work. So, you know, and anybody that comes to me with busy work that they hate doing, I automate that too. And, so, you know. Don't fear automation, kids. Automation is what will do your job for you while you go and take a siesta. Mist was born due to a mistake. I am grateful you destroyed it. The way Saryu talks when he's wearing the Suru, I never really understood that. Trance, do you have any thoughts on that? Like, why does Saryu not like the mist? That never made sense to me. I mean, I don't give a shit. He can fucking, you know. I'd like nothing more than to see him quartered and then quartered again, but the mist stops the production of Juggernaut? How? I thought Juggernaut, like, fed on the mist. creation of incipient? Wait, so Juggernaut by default, canonically, has to feed on specifically female humans in its larval stage? I thought that's something that Saryu was just doing. Like, I mean, it doesn't make me hate him any less, but I thought he was just doing that, you know, to be... Oh, women possessed by Suru wouldn't do, yeah, okay. That's so, like, it's just not really explained anywhere else in the game. Like... Huh. Wait, so who was his successor that he was talking about? It's just such a weird plot point that's only really touched on here, and I mean, the Juggernaut in the Absolute Fortress seemed to be doing fine without a... You know, without a double X chromosomed human being plopped into its mouth. Yeah, like Saryu's behavior when he's possessed by the Simsuru, like I never quite understood it compared to everyone else that wears a Simsuru in the game. I guess except for Gaza, but I thought Gaza's also a little derpy once he puts on a Simsuru, but I thought that was just because, I mean, you could explain that just by saying that he's very, very old. Sure. Every time I play this game, I open this thing and see this question, and I answer yes, and I always think that some sort of graphical representation is going to show up on the screen. Instead, I get a verbal description. I never learn. Where the fuck's the end? I'm almost wishing you hadn't told me that, because that, as a plot device, feels very low quality compared to... It's like the story was compelling enough without needing the big monster to subsist itself off of the blood of, you know, young virgins. Yeah, which is to say, still not that much sense. I can see why they didn't expand on it more if that's the case. Yeah. It's like leave bad plot devices underdeveloped. It reduces their impact. Alright, let's do this. Yeah, but the thing is that it didn't even work for that purpose because it's kind of poorly explained and unclear. I don't know, maybe it was just because it was the first JRPG that I, like, played all the way through and beat, but, like, I feel like this game does... I don't know, it's probably just my perception, but the darkness and sorrow in this game and that kind of thing, like, it's got a it's expressed very uniquely and, in my opinion, very effectively. Like, the story seems goofy and silly at times, but that actually just makes the like, dark serious parts, in my opinion, like, a lot more shit, I forgot to do the thing. It makes them hit harder because it's like the game's innocence kind of just, like, rots away. I was surprised to learn fairly recently that apparently, like, in retrospect, many people consider this game's story to be, like, subpar or even bad. And, I would say that it's, by modern standards, simplistic, but not bad at all. The main thing that this game's story is lacking is lore. This is like, I mean, nowadays we have the opposite problem where games refuse to tell stories unless it's in fucking lore or log entries or shit attached to items and shit. Like, you know, you gotta... every game comes with, like, a wiki's worth of, like, you know, information on every item that you're supposed to sort of suss out the story from. On the other end of the spectrum, I think Legend of Legaia, everything that its story is missing could be very well fleshed out through the kind of lore that we see in modern games. You know, I would settle even for, like Pokedex style entry for every Suru you encounter, you know? Or like a bestiary. Some information and background on all the enemies. You know? What is a Gimard? What do they use Gimards for? Like, before the mist, what would Gimard help a human do? There's just so much untapped potential in this game. I was actually, you joined the stream, Trance, a little bit later, but like in the first hour of the stream, I was actually ranting about Valkyrie Profile 2. I know I've asked you this before. Have you played Valkyrie Profile? Like the original one? First one for PS1? Came out, I think, a year after this game. If I ever, like, dip my feet into the world of, like, scripted video game reviews, this game and Valkyrie Profile will be the games to get me to do that. I feel like I could make a 2-episode series, one for each game, and the series would be called How to Destroy a Fucking Cult Classic, or How to Make a Cult Classic, and then How to Kill It. Because part of what makes these games cult classics is the fact that their sequels sucked so bad, but their sequels sucking so bad also doomed them to basically never get better again. God, that guy's server is goofy. Give me just a second, I gotta turn off the ceiling fan. Constant downward blowing air was drying my eyes out. Okay, where was I? I always forget to take of myself. I gotta get something to take care of yourself, you mean? Yeah, I mean, eat something. You guys have so much good food over there. How could you possibly forget to eat? I'll never like get tired of the constantly thumping like bass note in the background in this. It's so bouncy, it just ping pongs back and forth. I can't even do it. When it cuts out right here, you can hear it really clearly. Oh man, so good. So good. See, kids, in socialism, a bunch of us would be able to get together and make a sequel to this game without worrying about whether or not Squeenix can squeeze a couple, $100 million out of it. Yeah, Trance, answer my question. Have you played Valkyrie Profile? I know I've asked you before, and I'm sorry. I just keep forgetting. I need to keep, like, a fucking spreadsheet of who's played what. Well, you should! Because it is another game that I think is every bit as amazing as this one. Came out around the same time, and is a cult classic, and every sequel to it made it worse. So it's very much a kindred spirit with Legaia, even though it actually kind of has almost nothing in common with Legend of Legaia, other than the fact that it's a turn-based JRPG. You know, with an anime aesthetic, but like, ah man, you really need to play that game. Just knowing how much of a fan you are of this game, I just I don't know anybody that's a huge fan of one of the games that has also played the other, and like I would love it if you played Valkyrie Profile and you loved it just as much as I do. Then I could say, oh my god, we can both mourn these two cult classics lost to time and capitalism together. I remember a while back on stream I said, like, anybody that streams the original Nier, I'll like auto-host their stream, show up to every single one and keep their chat busy and share it and everything. For you specifically, Tritz, if you stream Valkyrie Profile, I'll show up every single time. I will be your constant companion. Even if you just streamed it, like, I don't know, in our Discord. So it'd be just the two of us, like, just hanging out, vibing. What the fuck is that? I don't get it. No, I know it's you. I can't listen to it right now, so I don't... Is it... Oh, I see the chat. Too late to be... Man, Super Mario speedruns just... That takes a person with a strong constitution. Not as strong as, like, you know, doing like Super Mario Maker with like viewer submitted levels. A buddy of mine tried to do that. His stream blew up, and then when he couldn't take it anymore and had to stop playing, it died. Oh man. I will go back and listen to that just because I want to hear those words said out loud. That sounds awesome. No, but I'm legitimately very, like, as somebody that's really into this game and really into the nitty-gritty of it, and like as someone else that like dives deep into games like you and I do, like I'm super, I would be super interested in like anything and everything you had to say after playing Valkyrie Profile. And I mean, shit, if you... if you have a PS1 emulator, and if you don't, why don't you? I don't mind sending you a ROM file. Yeah, you actually kind of have to emulate Valkyrie Profile if you want to play the original US PS1 release, which is the best version. Right, no, I just figured I'd save you the hassle. But I wouldn't want you to get the PSP version. The PSP version is an English language port of the Japanese version, which has shittier cutscenes and doesn't let you sort items for some unfathomable reason. It's still an amazing game, but those two little specks of dust just don't need to be there, so yeah. And that's also the version that was ported recently into the PSN. But yeah. Yeah, even if you don't want to like stream it on your Twitch channel, I would love to just like chill with you in Discord while you play that game. You would have my undivided attention. I'm not even joking. Speaking of undivided attention, yeah, let's try and actually play this game again. Divided by 0 in attention. Oh shit. You know, what's really funny is that, like, all of the old, like, divide by 0 memes usually, like, portray it as some, like, apocalyptic singularity, like a black hole if you divide by 0. But actually, it would be more like the Big Bang, mathematically speaking. The reason you can't divide by 0 is because it basically, if you had to give it a value, it would have to be everything. It would have to be every value. So it's basically infinity. Theoretically speaking, anyway. So I never understood the fascination with, like, memes portraying, like, a black hole and, like, you know, in impact font, like, top text, bottom text, you dumb shit. You divided by 0, didn't you? Like, nah, man, it would be an explosion, not an implosion. I want to make a joke at my own expense about how nerdy that entire rant just was, but I can't even. I can't come up with a joke to match it. Existence of Enigmas, welcome to the stream. Now that we have a newcomer, I need to start fucking paying attention. It wouldn't be bent, it would be twisted. Or maybe folded like origami. No, you're thinking of the right thing. The infinity symbol does look like a sideways 8. Absolutely does. Circling back to me, like, making fun of myself for trying to imagine what they were saying in Japanese as a kid. That line, Gala just, grunted out. I kept hearing the word Coke in it. So... I don't know, I guess maybe he's, like, shouting out in an advertising fashion, like a new, fucking Coca-Cola product. In which case, Gala can get the fuck out of my party, but... you know. Sorry, I'm wanting to see Lucy's food. What we got here? Oh, shit. Oh, wait, no, never mind. I looked at it and I was like, ooh, that looks delicious. And then I clicked on the picture and opened it up and it looked less delicious. That's not because it is objectively not delicious, it's just because I'm a fussy eater. And, what are those? Are those eggs? Okay, maybe I would like it. I don't know what I'm looking at, don't listen to me. Anyway. Alright. Try and make up some lost time here. Lucy, what's the green sauce? Enigmas, if you want to look at it like that, I feel like it's more... I picture it as more like a Zero doing like this kind of shit, like stretching. Like turning from side to side, trying to like, you know, like Zero's getting ready to work out. Go for a run, something, I don't know. Damn it. Vaughn's the only one that can heal. Shit. Yeah, let's spirit and hope for the best. Ah, yeah, we'll be fine. The last playthrough, those things were fucking one-shotting Vaughn. You're really running far with this. You're not being very consistent, though. First it was a 0, now it's a capital O. Which is it? Oil or vinegar, mustard, salt, pepper. Huh. I'm trying to imagine all of those things combined together, and I feel like once it was all mixed up together, it would just taste like sour cream. Just trying to imagine all of those things combined. But bear in mind, my palate is probably nowhere near as refined as yours. Oh yeah, there's many things I don't want to. I do not like and will not eat. It's hard to think of them though. You'd have to name them. There's a lot of things that I'll eat, but I don't want to eat them mixed together. You know, like over here in America, people like to put cheese on like everything. And yeah. I like cheese on pizza and like certain breakfast foods. That's about it. Jesus, are these things still alive? I haven't been paying attention like during my turn, so I don't know how much damage I have or haven't done to them. I do not like mac and cheese, no. Like, there are two cheeses that I, well no, I guess, let me say, so there's three cheeses that I generally like no matter what. And, they're all Italian. Mozzarella, provolone, and, Parmesan. Any cheese that's like yellow, or really any vivid color, And that includes the awkwardly orange yellow of most mac and cheese. Like, it's yeah. Over here they call it there's so much food in America that people just like that they just renamed for the sake of like shitter patriotism. Like, there's a thing in America called American cheese, and I don't know if that cheese is actually American or if it's just what we call it. I know I don't like it, but yeah. Generally, like when I think of yellow cheese, I generally think of like cheddar, and I'm not a fan of cheddar. The only thing I'll tolerate cheddar cheese on is like a sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit. And even then I would prefer it without it. But yeah. Two things I can immediately say I don't like without even thinking about it are asparagus and avocado. Don't care for either of those. I'm pretty fussy with vegetables. Like, I have some that I really like, and the rest of them I just hate. Beans. I'm hard-pressed to think of a bean that I like. I like broccoli, I like cauliflower, celery, salad, you know, okra, although I don't know if that exists outside the southern United States. What else? Oh, cucumber, zucchini, those are good. Yeah, in the southern United States, fried okra is a delicacy. And say what you will about the U.S. South. Fuck knows, I've said all the same things and heard all the same things, but they do make some really delicious but really, really awful for you food. There are fairs and festivals that you can go to in the U.S. state of Georgia, not to be confused with the actual country Georgia, where you can buy fried peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, like battered and fried Oreos, like cookies with a cream filling, And I've never seen it or witnessed it in person, but I have heard stories, rumors around the campfire, so to speak, that there is a such thing as fried butter sticks. Fried butter sticks. It sounds insane, but I would not put people in the southern United States above that. Speaking of fried things, you know, one thing that everyone makes a big stink about that I never really understood the appeal of is fried ice cream. It's a really ill-conceived dish, in my opinion. Like, you could just deep fry some, you know, just put a bunch of, like, frying batter on a stick, fry it, and then kind of like what's the word for this motion? Just, you know, slide it off the stick and into the ice cream, and you'd get the same effect, except that you would have ice cream that isn't melted and covered in alcohol. First time I had fried ice cream, they battered it and set it on fire, and I had a bite, and immediately all I could taste was fucking rubbing alcohol, because they light it on fire using like hard liquor, and they're supposed to burn it all off, because it's not being added for flavor, it's just being added for, well, at least not for me, it's not being added for flavor. It's supposed to be an accelerant so you can, you know, fry the ice cream. And, yeah, I don't know. Didn't get a good first impression. That's actually really cool. That was one of the cooler sprite-based transformations for a Suru boss. Sorry. Alright. Let me compose myself. Shit. Oh, hey, not bad. I want to try and use Fury Boost more in this playthrough because they're a limited and, in my opinion, fair way that I can bypass some of my own limitations with the rules of the playthrough. Oh, thank God. All of that was very much hinging on Vaughn moving first. Curry. Oh, yeah. I'm glad you asked. Lucy, I have an extremely Northern European stomach. I cannot handle spicy whatsoever. With the sole exception of, like, some Asian food. I can handle, on, like, I can handle, like, mild tier spicy with Asian food. But anything else, and you won't see me for the rest of the night, because I'll be on the John. Yeah, it would have to be mild curry. Very mild. I don't know how big Mexican food is over in Europe. Because, you know... I don't know. I'm exposed to Mexican food constantly because Mexico's right underneath the United States. I have no idea how big it is across the ocean, but I will say that I have never cared for Mexican food. Yeah. Mexican food is really big here, and I've always hated it. Which is funny, because, you know, I love Mexican people. I just don't like their food. For most people in this country, it's the opposite. They hate the people and want to, you know, kill them all or put them in camps or toss them across the border, but they'll take the food. By golly god shitting damn it. I mean, I'm not trying to yuck your yum, buddy. If you like it, that's fine. It doesn't need to go in my mouth for you to enjoy it. Go ahead. Go ahead. That's... Enjoy. Oh man. I realized how it sounded as soon as it was coming out of my mouth, and I made the snap decision to just own it. I was like, yeah, I said that. Go ahead. Have fun with it. Alright, so since I got all these art blocks, by using a Fury boost and not Spirit, I can actually use Noah's combos now. Because the rules are... no manual combos after using Spirit. But I'm allowing Fury boosts as a loophole. I mean, you'll be fine. If you're taking a sip of something, that's one thing. That just means it's gonna come out your nose. If you were like, if you were eating something with bones in it, I'd be a little more apologetic and concerned for your safety. Is it even possible to choke to death on a beverage? You can cough a lot and have unpleasant things going up your nose and out of your nose, but isn't something solid required for you to actually choke. Spam calls. You know what's funny is that, like, you know, I was getting... So, like, my psychiatrist, they have, like, a main office number. And then my psychiatrist himself has, like, his number that they don't give out, but that he calls me from, which is a separate number. And I was not answering his calls forever because my phone tells me it's spam. And, eventually I put 2 and 2 together and I was like, ah, shit, this isn't a spam call. Which is, like, literally the first time I've ever made that exception. I'm just wondering how many other, like, legitimate calls I've missed that have been marked spam. Fucking thanks, AT&T. I mean, I don't want any of that to happen to you. I'm legitimately asking. I didn't think it was possible to actually choke and die on liquids alone. As a little kid, you know, like elementary school and younger, I can remember if I ever was eating something clumsily or sloppily, my dad would say, get it in your mouth, son, it'll taste better. And it always made me laugh. And it's one of those isms that I'd like to use as an adult. You know, my dad should have left me something, but I can't use it as an adult because it's just drowning in innuendo now. That was like my dad's like main redeeming quality, is he was a fucking riot. He was really funny. But he was also, you know, all those other things that we discussed earlier in the stream. By the way, Trance, I'm not letting you forget about Valkyrie Profile, by the way. I'm gonna stick this in my head and, like, lodge it there firmly, so I will, like, nag you about it at least once a week from here on out until I get to see you play it. There's no escape. Just gonna be like, hey Trance, what are you playing? What are you playing? Discord says you're playing such and such game. That doesn't look like Valkyrie profile. What's the deal? What can I do here? Trying to decide. Hold on. Eight art blocks is kind of a dead zone for Noah. There we go. Oh my god, I'm an idiot! Oh shit, I'm a fucking idiot. I didn't teach... Gauntlet could be using Thunder Lightning Storm right now. I didn't use the fucking Thunder Book too! Oh my god. Whatever. I don't need it. Ah, god, that's lame. I feel like I'm getting blocked a lot more in this playthrough. It's quite annoying. Can't believe I forgot to teach him Lightning Storm. God damn it. Ugh. Ah, shit, I didn't have enough AP. That was dumb. Not a whole lot to do here. On any other playthrough, I would have Kimaro right now, and I'd be doing like... I don't think I've broken 1,000 damage on any turn. Of course, part of that's because I was a dumbass and didn't teach Gala his new hyper art. I cannot believe I forgot that. Alright, well he's falling down now at least. I didn't spirit last turn, right? Not with Noah. No, I had... That's right, Noah used a healing flower. So I'm still good here. Uh-oh. Fuck. Oh, almost. I gotta get up and feed the kitty after this and make sure the wife's up for work. I'll keep streaming for a bit after that. It's only been 4 hours, but there's a break in the near future. Ah, shit. Damn. Doing pretty good. I think it's just the armor. The armor's a huge help. Which is probably why I'm going to continue to feather down everybody's stats. This guy is blocking like crazy. I don't get it. Not at all used to this guy blocking this much. We did it! Alright. Now we get to see Saryu freed from the Simsuru and somehow managed to evade the agonizing fate and death that he deserves. This blonde son of a bitch. Look at this Aryan motherfucker. It's hard to get hair that's any more blonde or eyes that are any more blue. And I'm speaking as someone with blonde hair and blue eyes, but at least my blonde and my blue have the decency to be a little washed out. Eyes are kind of more of like a very faded, like dull blue. Very kind of gray almost. And my blonde, I don't know. Everyone has varying opinions about what color my hair is, but to me it's just vanilla, boring, default blonde. Get him away. Imagine that you save a town full of people and they let you sleep at the inn for free. What will they think of next? Alright. Quick break. Do not go anywhere. I'll be right back. And Trance, no, I still have not forgotten that you need to play Valkyrie Profile, and yeah. I'm never gonna shut up about it. Yeah, I'll tell her you said hi. And to check the Discord for... She loves all the food you guys post. She has a much more refined palate than I do. But yeah. Be right back. Alright, and we're back. So, everybody has leveled up once since I started the stream, which is to be expected, because I've made it so that I gain experience even slower. But I do want to see what kind of stat boosts everybody got out of all that. Let's see here. Alright. Yeah, so the ability to freely use gear in this game really makes a huge difference. In any playthrough. Alright, so Noah is 2 or 3 levels at the very least from getting 9 art blocks in Spirit. And Gala is... Gala's probably not gonna need a solid 5 levels before he gets another change to his... Oh, that reminds me. Let me actually fucking... use the stupid Thunder Rock. Oh god, I cannot believe I forgot that. I've never done that in any playthrough of the game before. Okay. Alright, and one more level, Vaughn will have enough MP to use Kimara without the Spirit Talisman. So that'll be a big deal. And everybody's sort of leveled up too, so... There's actually quite a few obstacles to manipulating your stats in this game, because there's, like I was saying earlier, you get so many stats from leveling up. Like, the gains are pretty... You know, for the first 50 levels, you gain an average of, like, 4 or 5 points in every stat per level up. More for HP and MP. Which... Like, when you consider the fact that, like, by the end of the game, your stats are, like, in the 300s and 400s, including gear. It's a lot. But I could definitely see why they made it slow down considerably after 50. It's actually a smart decision, you know? That's very... Shit, that's almost like... kind of like... Soulsborne-y of them. Because, I mean, the one thing that springs to mind immediately as far as another game that does that, a game that gives you kind of like almost a soft level cap, like, yeah, the level cap's, you know, the level cap may be X, but you're gonna get, like, far less bang for your buck per level, past level, you know, Y. Oh, right, I probably have some stuff I can sell. Family thing? Oh, I don't know. I don't know anything about that. We have separate accounts here. Right. Yeah, I know. I can see how that would be really awesome. I don't think anything else does that. The eShop and the PSN definitely don't do that. That's actually a pretty cool feature. Well, thanks to you and Leon, I am now exclusively playing Final Fantasy on my PC. I've actually uninstalled it from my PS5. The benefits to playing it on PC are just... I mean, I've always known about them. But, like... Whew. And since I'm streaming a totally different game right now, I have no problem mentioning I, like, downloaded a few third-party things for Final Fantasy to, like, make my life easier. I mean, I already told you about the parser that I got working, the DPS parser, but I also got, this extension called NoClippy, which basically simulates a zero ping environment around your game, or as close to zero as possible. It's not like a VPN, it just, because it doesn't improve your connection to the server at all. It just simulates, I don't know how, it's actually kind of fascinating. It simulates zero ping for the purposes of using combat actions. So I'm actually able to, like, you know, do rotations, right? Like I can play like Machinist and Reaper now without clipping my GCD. And it's just, it's magical. It's smooth as butter. And yeah, totally wouldn't mention this if I was streaming Final Fantasy XIV right now, because I could get me banned, but I think it's stupid that it can get you banned. I mean, it literally just makes the game more playable. Okay, I don't think I have anything else to sell. That sounds insanely handy. Wow. Oh yeah, I'm sure there's all sorts of batshit ways people make money. Yeah, I might have to look into that. Yeah, it's probably something that you can run from the launcher. There's like a launcher program that does all this stuff. And it's actually really handy because it will, you can configure it to launch, like it launches Final Fantasy XIV from Steam using your Steam login, automatically logs you in, starts ACT, starts ACT, and then whatever other plugins you have enabled. So yeah, it's crazy handy. I'll never play on my PS5 again. Still playing with controller though. Oh, you know what? We can go fight the bees. Let's go fight the bees. Why not? I didn't do it in the last playthrough, so... So there's like a hidden mini-boss in this game, Lucy, where if you go back to the starting village after a certain point in the game, you fight a massive group of 4, I think it's 4, it might be 5. Whatever it is, it's more than... Like, normally it's impossible to encounter more than 3 enemies at a time in an enemy party. With these bees, though, there's like 4 or 5 of them, I think. And, they're just regular bee enemies, but like, one of them, a bunch of them are the variants from Sebacus Islands, the area that we're in now, and the other, there's a queen bee that's not until we get to the next continent. So it's just, they're normal enemies, but you fight them all at the same time, and way before potentially you would normally encounter them in game. And they're kind of infamous. But for the purposes of my challenge runs I've been doing, there's not really much point in bothering with them. But I feel like it's been a while, so I feel like I kind of just want to see how I do against them. Hey, wife. I I was trying to be thoughtful, I'm sorry. I thought it would be nice to have everything tidy. My bad. I thought I was going out of my way, I thought I was going the extra mile. Sorry. No, yeah. Which application? Oh, the market board thingy? I was gonna send you some links to some of the stuff I mentioned earlier. I don't know how much any of it will help you. I don't know. I also don't know how close you guys are to the European data center. I noticed that I changed my settings to be to follow the server time, and the server time was only 4 hours ahead of me, and I think you guys are 5 hours ahead of me. So I assume you're not like right next to the data center. I'm assuming it's a a country or two away, but anyway. Come down where I can see you. Or where... I don't know, I think everybody's lurking except Lucy right now. Oh. Huh? Oh. Anyway, there's all that stuff I was yapping about. Like I said, I don't know how useful it'll be to you or how interesting, how of interest it would be, but there it is. Should you want to poke at it. Ah, okay. I feel like, I don't know. Sometimes I don't know which one of you to hit up, to be honest. There's a lot of things that like I send one of you that I would like to send the other, and I just want to like open a like just 3-person group chat, but then when people start using those group chats, they just hang out in your messages until you delete them, and I hate that. It was actually, there wasn't much to figure out. It was actually shockingly simple. The only key thing that was not mentioned anywhere that I had to do some Googling to figure out is that is with ACT. ACT, the DPS parser, has to be started and running before you log in with your character. If you start it after you log in, it doesn't work. Other than that, everything was pretty much just download, click install, next, 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 click some checkboxes, finish. I was telling, oh, by the way, I was telling Leon that, like, you know, I noticed that, I mean, I've noticed there have been some people in the Discord, with us, like in the voice chat. I don't know who any of them are. I've been introduced to them. I know at least one of them, it, like, freely speaks English, so... but I don't know who any of them are. Oh, okay. Who was the dude that was hanging out? There's one guy, I kind of recognize his voice by now. There's like one guy that like pipes up more than anybody else, I think. He's got kind of a deeper voice. Sounds like maybe he might be older. Maybe. I don't know. I also just have no context. I'm just like, oh hey, it's somebody talking. They seem cool. But I don't know who they are, or if they're in the Discord, or if they're on Final Fantasy, or both. I'm sorry. I just want to be introduced to people, because I don't want to, like... I don't want to incessantly pester just the two of you. Doesn't have to be right now, I just, like, you know, for future reference. I'm shy, so I'm bad at introducing myself. Or I could just, you know, look at Discord next time we're in there and figure it out for myself. I'm sorry. It was the guy who was like with us when we were talking about like healthcare and jobs and shit and like political and social differences between the States and Germany. He was part of that conversation, that last one we had. And he was the only other person in there who was like actively chiming in with the two of us. And he spoke flawless English. So. Gotcha. And is that Discord for... What is that Discord for? Is it just a general gaming Discord, or is it like mostly Final Fantasy, or what? Oh no, in the tree, bees, be careful. Fucking sister falls on her face. Oh yeah, that's right, and you get a nice ambush too. Oh, right. That's what makes this difficult. Magic is sealed. Okay, so Vaughn's just a sitting duck, pretty much. I knew there was something else extra about this fight. Are they both into the... Are they both in the free company? Damn it, Gala. Both do not play. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Well, who's the guy that was... There was one guy that was playing with us, but he was, like, really quiet. Actually, I don't know if it was a guy. Somebody. Nice. Yeah, now. What?
Be home
3? You said?
the latest.
At the latest, okay. Gotcha.
Won't need to be ready. Good boy, put in box.
Boy in a box? Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Fair enough. I'm trying to read. I'm trying to write the names to my, like, permanent memory. He's just a boomer? I'll be honest, I have not encountered hardly any boomers on Discord. A huge boomer? How so? Should I avoid politics around him, or is he just a boomer, like, you know, in a goofy kind of harmless way? Ah, okay, okay. Gotcha. Gotcha, gotcha. I don't know, maybe this would be... Yeah, I always say I hate being monolingual and I've always wanted to learn more languages, but I've never actually really tried because it just seems like such a gargantuan task that it's just daunting. But wouldn't it be some shit if joining this Discord actually like knocks something loose? Because I mean, German's like a prolific enough language to where when you guys are talking, I can actually pick out certain individual words. Really simple stuff. Well, Spanish is fucked because Romance languages don't have the same word order. Everything's like all fucking mixed around. Like when you translate something in Spanish to English directly, and then you say it in English, you sound like fucking Yoda from Star Wars. The path to the dark side are they? Oh man, that was the first and last Yoda impression I'll ever attempt. What am I doing? God. I'll say this for this challenge: it has not been intuitive. Oh shit, was that all of them? I feel like that's a myth. I've heard as many people say that it, like, doesn't help. I mean, it doesn't help any more than, like... You know, because, like, correct me if I'm wrong, but German and English have very similar word order, don't they? So, like, I feel like it wouldn't make it any... Like, knowing Spanish and then trying to learn Italian, you're not at any more an advantage than somebody knowing English trying to learn German or vice versa. Well, you make them sound, like, mutually intelligible. I don't know. I mean... I've heard a number of people that are in more of a position to know than I, say that that's a myth and that it doesn't help us at all. But now you're also in a position to know more than myself, and you're saying it does help. I've heard that it doesn't help more often than I've heard that it helps. You're the first person since my high school teachers that have actually said that it helps. But, again, you probably know better than I do. Really? Yeah. I wish I had that. when you, I mean, it's crazy, like, when you speak only one language, like, it's hard to even, like, wrap your head around what it would be like to know more than one. You know? It's like it's like all of a sudden you're hearing in stereo. And I've always just been, like, so fascinated with it. It'll probably... Knowing more than one language will probably be on my bucket list until I die, but I don't know. That and, like, all the languages that fascinate me the most are the ones that are, like, the least useful to know. Like, if I could pick 2 languages and wave a magic wand and know them, regardless of their utility or usefulness, it would probably be Irish and Icelandic. But... Well, yeah. I would consider Chinese or Japanese instead of one of those, except I don't think there's a magic wand strong enough to make that like a instantaneous thing. That's the thing though, is that like Japanese everything is like so... The whole world just has like a Japanese fetish, it feels like. And I mean, I love... I don't know. I think part of it is that I never got into anime. Love me some video games, but I never got into anime. And I definitely see the appeal. I see what people like so much about Japanese language, culture, everything. Like, it's a very unique place for a unique culture, but like, especially in the United States, I feel like it's put up on a pedestal almost. Yeah. I think if I had to pick two, if I had to pick two languages to wave a magic wand and learn based off usefulness and utility, I would probably pick Chinese, because what, like 1/6 of the Earth's population lives in China. I could talk to so many people. Chinese, and one of either Swedish, Norwegian, or Danish, because then I could get 3 for the price of 1. And plus I'm part Swedish, so not far back either. My dad's parents were actually immigrants from Europe, so on that side of the family, at least, I do not come from slave owners. I believe you, it's not like what? Sorry, I lost track of what we were talking about. What was that in response to? Oh. Are they not mutually intelligible? I've always been told that those three languages are mutually intelligible. I mean, to varying extents, but, like, I don't know. Google says they're mutually intelligible, so. I have heard that it's more mutually intelligible in certain directions from one language to another. Like, I've heard that, like, Norwegians and Danes can understand Swedes better than Swedes can understand either of them. For whatever reason. But... oh. Well, I'll just say that I was born and raised in the United States, and they'll pat my head and say, "Aw, we forgive you." Why would they get mad, though? Is there a rivalry or something I don't know about? I have no dog in that fight. I have a very pure and innocent and well-intentioned fascination with all things Scandinavian. And by pure, innocent, and well-intentioned, I mean not fucking neo-Nazi shitbirds. Why am I fighting these things? Get me out of here. Well, fucking go edit the Wikipedia page for the Nordic languages that says that they maintain mutual intelligibility so no more dumb United Statesians get confused. I mean, I know it's more nuanced than that. I know it's to varying degrees, like, you know, it varies from language to language in one direction or another. Spoken versus written, yada yada. I'm not trying to like oversimplify it. Nor do I lack the common sense to just gloss over all of the distinctions between their languages and cultures and be like, hey, I learned one of them, I know all your shit. You're all pretty much the same, yeah? Like, let me be clear, like, I'm not trying to, like, you know, just blanket homogenize them all in my head. Sure. But, like, Thai, Chinese, Japanese, and Korean are not mutually intelligible at all. Even a little bit. So that feels like a different comparison there. Oh, well, I mean, yeah, but I wasn't trying to, like, make that same distinction about people from those countries. I mean, like I said, my, like, grandparents on my dad's side were, like, basically off the boat from Sweden, so... Part of that's probably due to the fact that they all get, that, like, all three of those countries are collectively called Scandinavia, which, as far as I know, means nothing. It's just like a you know, it's weird. Like, you don't encounter that often where, like, a group of countries, like, just gets a collective name, and that name isn't, like, you know, it's not marked anywhere on a map, like, you wouldn't put it in anybody's address, you know. Yeah, no, I mean... yeah, no, I mean... racist gonna racist, I guess. I do have, like, I do have, again, a very innocent and well-intentioned fascination with, just, like, all of the, like, differences of, like, different cultures and stuff, like, you know, like, accents and things like that, like, you know, why do some languages, like, use parts of our, like, vocal anatomy that other languages don't, for instance? You know, why, how come I have to be hairy and Japanese dudes get to have bare skin? I'm jealous. I'm actually not hairy at all. I'm actually, like, fairly, like, blessed in that regard. I know some people that have, like arm hair that, like, covers their wristwatch. Like, that's bananas. But, like, you know, I have, like, a casual fascination with that kind of stuff. I also just feel like English is such a boring language. Like, what I said earlier about, like, how some languages use vocal sounds and, like, use the human vocal anatomy in ways that a lot of other languages don't. Like, it feels like English is just very... like, there's nothing, it feels like almost like it's lazy. Like, it doesn't have any of this, it doesn't have the same energy to it, or, flourishes, I guess, that, like, some other languages do. And there's words for all the shit that I'm talking about. I just don't know any of those words by heart, because I'm not a linguist. There was one that, I remember I mentioned Greenlandic, I think, either on stream or on Discord recently. And how, like, pleasing it was to listen to, and also how crazy their written language is. That's the other thing. So, to me, like, so many of the most fascinating languages are, like, endangered. Hold on, I gotta find this. It's gonna bother me if I don't. Give me just a second. Uvular stop and lateral fricative. I have no idea how to translate that into German, but there's like all these technical terms for all the shit that people do with their mouths and throats in order to make languages, and it's, you know, it's bananas. Anyway, sorry about the massive break from the gameplay. Okay, so in German, with the, what does the umlaut do to the A? Like, how does that sound? The umlaut over the A, how does the umlaut make the A sound as opposed to a regular A? Like, there's the A in German, and then there's the A in that word that has an umlaut on it, and I'm not going to try and pronounce it unless I know what that umlaut does to it. Yeah. Or is it not called A in German? Do you guys have like a separate name for that? To me, it's just an A with an umlaut on top of it. Gotcha. Yeah, see, like, some other languages use umlauts, but they don't make the letter a different letter. Or maybe they do, and it's just, I just don't understand. I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, so it's a totally different thing. Gotcha. So how would you pronounce each of those? I'm gonna get a language lesson on my Twitch stream. I feel so fortunate. No pressure. God damn, Gala. So like pick an English word that has the same sound in it and just be like, you know, like for example, does that correspond to what they actually sound like, though? So the first one is like the O in the word, like the O in whoa, I don't know, or Noah, and let's see. The middle one would be AE, that would be... Actually, that can be pronounced different. There's different, like, I guess, loan words that we have that pronounce AE differently. Sometimes it's I and sometimes it's A. Yeah. So like, what I'm trying to figure out is like, so here's a nerdy example that I know only because I'm a dork for Icelandic, but like, this letter is apparently called Thorn, and it's, like the, and it's literally pronounced like the TH in the word thorn, so. That's kind of like what I'm trying to figure out with this. Okay. Hat. Slightly more rounded, okay. That could mean... It could be slightly big, but... Oh, similar to the... Oh, that's interesting. That is very counterintuitive, that middle one. Similar to the E in the English word her, yeah. U similar to the O in the English word do. Oh, okay. Do is a funny English word because, like, if I take a step back and look at it from an outside perspective, the English word do, like, defies every pronunciation rule we have. It's like somebody, like, just picked the wrong fucking vowel. I know they can't help it because, like, you know, a lot of people, like, if they want their music to go anywhere and they have lyrics, they're going to want to do them in English for the most part, but... So I don't blame them for it, but, like, I just really wish there was more music in other languages, because I feel like if there was if that was a deep enough well to draw from, if there was a large enough pool of that kind of thing for me to sift through, it would actually probably be the best way for me to learn stuff. Like, I will literally, like, go find a song I like and then plug the lyrics into Google Translate and, like, spend half an hour reading it and, like, piecing it together. Won't be able to speak a word of it, but there's also a lot of German words that are like that I'm really familiar with, but that their meanings have not stuck in my head, or like I mix them up. Um, what is one that I hear all the time, especially in music, is AUF. AUF. I always look it up to see what it means, and then I always forget. It's like a really simple word. It's just like one of those. My mind always wants to say that it means out. But there's a bunch of other words like that where like I learn them briefly and then forget them or mix them up with something else. On, okay. I knew it was an O word. Got it, okay. So like an English burg is like, if someone says burg in English in that spelling, they're basically saying iceberg, but they're lazy. And that's like the only thing it means. It doesn't ever mean hill, it doesn't ever mean mountain. Does that word in German like always mean hill, or does it sometimes mean mountain, or is it like interchangeable? Berg. Got it. Did I say it right? Berg. It's weird because it sounds like I'm talking about the animal, a bear, and just adding G to it. Wait, so did I have it? I'm confused. Did I have it right the first time or the second time? Oh, when English speakers say iceberg, yeah. Got it. Got it. Interesting. Oh my god, I just had a brilliant idea. So I could do like, I could just like type out a whole bunch of like nonsense words in English, and then because I speak nerd and I speak computer, I could do like a find and replace on like, and like replace all of the like vowels that sound like those unique German letters and just plug them all in there, and that would actually help me remember how they sound, even though it would look like gibberish. So the English pronunciation of Berg is the I don't know how to reference those letters. It's really hard. How do you describe the pronunciation of a letter to somebody that doesn't know it? It's crazy. Yeah, I got you. In English, that's called a short E sound. There's like a short E and a long E. I remember that. Okay. So shit, I don't know how to fucking type an umlaut. Copy paste, take the wheel. That's fine. Like, you're in no way obligated to continue with this, whatever it is that's happening here. Oh, fuck you, guy. Stupid ogre with his weird fucking bizarrely diamond-shaped pelvis and underpants. So like, nerd's one of those, both nerd and her are one of those words where like the R that follows the E is such a, like, again, there's linguistic terms for all of this, but like the R kind of pulls the E down with it. I don't know another way to say that, but yeah, no, I know what you mean. It's just, it's hard to say the E in nerd by itself, or it's hard to like suss out exactly what it is. It could be either be like one of these two. Yeah, I know, right? Like, I could probably, like, honestly, if I just go and, like, find some, like, song in German that I enjoy and, like, Google Translate the lyrics, I'll probably, like, and then be able to hear it in the song, like, that'll probably knock it loose for me. That's why I was like, you're in no way obligated to continue trying to explain this to me in text of all things, where it's, like, impossible to hear. But, like, I'm enjoying the conversation, like, it's fun to, like, there's a lot of, like, fear of embarrassment and whatever that goes into, like, learning languages, and it's nice to just, like, talk to somebody about it, like, casually and, like, work things out. With no small amount of patience, of course, but, you know. Oh, was he not interested? Ah, okay. You said tried to teach him like he was resisting. Or at least that's how I perceived it. That's just me being weird. Yeah, ever since I've gotten into, like, automation and programming at work, that's all, in a sense, a language too, and it's made me kind of, like, rethink how impossible it would be for me to, like, learn another language, and, like, maybe it might not be so impossible after all. The trouble is, actual human languages consist of more than just do this, if that, when this, as long as that. We don't communicate purely in conditionals. But I've learned that I might not be as... I think I might have, like, a little bit more of a talent for, like, syntax stuff than I previously thought. Maybe. I feel like there's some part of the process that I might actually be good at, but it certainly was not a part of the process that I was going to find in, like, a classroom. Fast forwarding through this because I desperately need to redo my accessories. I keep forgetting. Yay. Okay. Yeah, that's crazy. I didn't realize that they were, I know in some languages they are like extra letters, but, or their own unique letters, but I did not realize that was the case for German. I thought German had the exact same alphabet as English, and I thought the umlauts, which is what, at least in English, that's what we call the two dots on top of those letters. I always assumed those were just like extra, like punctuation or something. Or like, it was still, or like, you know, for the first one, you know, that it was still an A in the same sense that like an uppercase or capital A is still an A. If that makes any sense whatsoever. Here's a question. Am I easy to understand, like as an English speaker, for you as I mean, I assume you learned English second, so for you as somebody that English is a second language? Or do I just sound like, you know, kind of curious now that I think about it. Okay. Okay, next question. Do I have an accent that seems different from just your stereotypical conception of of a US American accent? Or does my accent sound like regional? To the extent that you're aware of those in the United States. There's a lot of accents in the United States, it's kind of crazy. Just know a lot of people don't go out of the school English, so they don't really... Oh, gotcha. Yeah. I sadly grew up in the southern United States, the southeast United States, which is like the most like conservative, racist, borderline fascist region in the country. Although a couple others give it a run for its money, but I also grew up in like one of the biggest cities in that region, and cities tend to kind of, you know, dilute some of those shittier qualities. Because I grew up like in or near a city, I didn't develop a southern accent. Thank Christ. Well, no, not thank Christ. I'm trying to like wean myself off of certain sayings, because fuck that guy. I don't need to thank him for anything. But yeah, like I feel like I can detect it in my own voice more than other people can. Like I can hear just a pinch of it, but well, some English accents are like super distinctive. So like, so one of my friends that also plays Final Fantasy XIV, she lives in Connecticut, which is a state up in the far northeast of the country, and she has a very, I mean, it's not super thick, but it's detectable to me, and she's a really big dog person. She loves her dog, and you know, when I say dog, but when she says dog, she says dog. it's kind of like, I don't know. It's just, I don't know. It's interesting. I think like dialects in this country were very much shaped by like when the country was like way more segregated than it is now. And so like some people can like listen to like people in the Midwest United States and like hear like traces of German. And it's like, that's what that is? You can hear that? Holy shit. You know? What am I doing? I shouldn't be doing that. Don't heal in the menu. Can't heal at all. Damn it, I forgot to do the one thing that I said I was gonna do. Okay, cool. Made it. Alright. Do the thing. I did overread you, I'm sorry. Well, I also, from Lucy, when you said, oh, I don't think it sounds noticeably different, everything after that I didn't read, so I overread the 3 things that you said in between too. I was trying to refocus on the game. I'm sorry. Welcome to the stream, Leon. We have a full party. We can now commence the duty. Yeah, everything after 8:42, I was refocused on the game. Okay. That I'm familiar with. And if you hadn't mentioned it, I probably could have told you how to pronounce it, because shit, no, I can't. I don't want to put my foot in my mouth. I know it's not at all pronounced like the letter it looks like. I'm curious now, I want to Google it. That's what I thought. It's pronounced more like the English letter S. Sort of. Quote-unquote sharp S, according to Wikipedia. Okay, well, Wikipedia doesn't want to say how you fucking pronounce it, so whatever. Oh, SZ, so it's like... I'm telling you, I just need to go look up some of my favorite German music and just dump the lyrics in Google Translate and then listen to how it's pronounced, and I'll get it. I feel like I mentioned liking like some German hip hop in Discord the other day. I could be imagining this, but I feel like somebody groaned like eye roll a little bit. I have no idea how that's perceived over there. Bliss or stress. Oh, okay. Cool. So that's like, yeah, so that's like an English like double S sort of. Yeah. Like a hissing sound, like a snake makes. Gotta stop doing that. Oh, I missed something. Okay. Well, because I mean, you could say that about, you could say that about quite a bit of similar genres in this country too. I would say that's what gets popular. I wouldn't say it's the minority though. I would say, sadly, that, like, the more intelligent stuff is, like, less accessible, more underground, but I don't think it's, like, numerically, by quantity, the minority. I think it's just, like... Here's an example of what... far be it for me to send you guys away from my Twitch stream, but So not only is this not misogynistic or materialist, but it's also pretty fucking pretty straight up lefty, so see if you like that. If we have that in common. Actually, I really like that guy. I shouldn't say I really like that guy. I really like that song. The rest of his songs are kind of hit or miss for me. There's a couple others I really like too, but that one's like a standout in my opinion. Oh, it's here. I always forget people tend to watch this shit on mobile. I'll just copy paste you the name. Afrobee's the artist. I've heard him say that word over and over again, but I'm still insecure on my pronunciation, so I'm not gonna try. I know it means, pretty sure it means refugee. Yeah. Yeah. No, I pay attention to what I put in my body in terms of, and what I put in my brain in terms of music. I wouldn't listen to something, if something's in another language, I don't just sit there and listen to it. I look up what it means. I Google translate that shit, and I make sure I'm not listening to something fucking stupid. So you don't have to worry about that with me. And likewise, there are some artists out there that have some shitty songs, but then they'll have like some songs that are good and smart, and I'll just take those and leave the rest. As long as they're not like, I can ignore stuff that's merely problematic, quote unquote. As long as it's not like really over the top egregious. I feel like you can kind of spot that shit from a good distance, though. Yeah, to an extent. I'm not one of those people that'll just like, oh yeah, they have that one song about like, genocide and how they love it so much. But this other song is really good, so love the art, not the artist. Like, I draw a line at that, but or sometimes like, if artists, if an artist does something that has nothing to do with their music, but it's in the public eye and I disagree with it, then I don't usually, I'm not the kind of person that's able to ignore that stuff. Like if a band I really liked, gets caught sex trafficking or something like that, I'll be like, yeah, no, I'm not listening anymore. It's ruined for me. Oh yeah, what did he do? Didn't he said a bunch of racist shit, didn't he? Or like fucking like, went like white power or some shit like that? I don't remember. I was never actually that into Pantera. I never really got into a lot of like old school metal. Everything old school I like is like, you know, if it's from before I was born and I like it, it's almost always electronic of some kind. And then if it's metal, then it's usually even newer than that. Straight up whites. Yeah. That's what I thought. Seemed to remember something about that. Hey, I've got enough MP to summon the good boy now. Who's a good boy? He's the best boy. I'm gonna pet his head with the mouse. Good boy. I swear to God, I've been getting blocked more in this one stream than, like... I don't know, it just feels like it's happening a lot. Oh, I actually did clip that shit. Hold on, I'm fucking rewinding that. That just came out of me. I'm not somebody that's good at doing impressions. I've always been like really envious of people that can, because they always crack me up. Yeah, I can't do impressions for shit. Well, I think the usually it notifies me when somebody clips something, but I didn't see you clip it, so you must have ninja clipped it. Oh, I guess this would be a good time for me to let you guys know that I can't roll my R's. That's not an ability that I possess. Well, whatever. Whatever the case may be, I cannot roll my R's, so... And it's one of those things where I feel like everybody can do it but me. Or they can do it... I can't even make a purring sound, you know? I can't even imitate like a cat purring. Like Rammstein Wilson. Well, they're from former East Germany, right? So, like, I imagine the dialects are a little different over there. Yeah. There's a lot of like little, you know, there's a lot of shit that I just can't do. I can't whistle. I can't. Trying to think of something else simple that I can't do that everybody else can. I know there's more things than that, but all I'm coming up with is, I can't ride a bike. Yeah. That's another thing. The whole idea, I mean, I know science, centrifugal force, momentum, all that shit, but like, the idea of getting on something with a single lane of wheels and expecting it to stay upright just blows my mind. And it's funny because, like, you know, I can rollerblade, or at least I could 10 years ago. I don't know if I still can. I don't imagine that it'd be hard to pick back up, but like, you know, rollerblades are the same thing. But the thing is that you have two legs. So even though it's only one lane of wheels on each foot, you have 2 feet. Yeah, and it sucks too, right? Because I feel like if I had like a nice... If I could ride a bike and I was the kind of person that would have one of these, I feel like if I had like a sport bike, not like one of those like chuggy fucking like, you know, fucking handlebars way up here, chopper motorcycles that like all the meth heads and ex-army guys ride, but like a sport bike. I feel like I had something. If I had something like that, I would be able to blow off so much steam. I feel like I'd be mentally healthier if I had something like that and I could ride it and I had room to drive it fast. I'm not moving in the game because I'm attempting to look up something. Well, then maybe it's like a generation. I don't know. Whatever. I'm just relaying what I've heard. Yeah, the guy from Rammstein says that he does it like instinctually. It's like a part of his regular speech. So, you know, I have to imagine he's not the only one. But then again, apparently he was also caught sex trafficking or whatever the fuck it was. So, grain of salt, I guess. I don't know. I was actually cutting Rammstein out of my diet like a year ago when I heard he was getting into fucking Bitcoin. And like amassing a small fortune mining the shit over in Russia. Gotcha, yeah. Yeah, that's... I mean, to my knowledge, they were the first mainstream band to have music videos where they were like actively having like unsimulated sex with people in their videos. I wonder if it's possible to do that as a musician and have that be part of your thing, and also not be the kind of person that, you know, does all those other things you just listed. Because see, now, the next time we see somebody or a band do shit like that in their music videos, we're gonna be like, oh shit, are they gonna be like Rammstein? No, I got it. The quotes were sufficient. Or you could be like fucking Python and do triple quotes. That annoys the bejesus out of me. That's right, I was trying to Google a map of this place, because even though I've played through this game a bajillion times, this place always confuses me. It makes you wonder which... It's like a chicken and egg thing. Do you have to be the kind of musician that, like, makes music videos of you like getting blown by a bunch of chicks and having sex with them, do you have to be that kind of musician to like, does that lead into all that other really bad shit? Or is making music videos like that a symptom that you're into that bad shit? Like, you know what I mean? Like, which comes first? Because now there's like gonna be forever be an association with that kind of stuff. Like, it's one of those things you look back in hindsight and you're like, oh shit, well, could this mean something? I always found those videos a little hard to watch because, I mean, like, you know, there's enough power dynamics going on in like regular garden variety porn, but like they're turned up to like 10 to the 50 billionth power when the dude in said pornographic video is like a famous musician and doing the video as a music video. That feels like it makes it even worse. I never actually cared for those videos because I was just like, this, I mean, and I was a not a hardcore fan, but like a decent fan of Rammstein for a while, and I definitely picked up what they were putting down as far as like their lyrics and like the layered meanings of things in their songs and stuff. Some of it was really smart. I even thought that like relatively new one, the one Deutschland that they put out. Somebody from fucking the United States needs to make a song like that. Oh, that was really like clever and thought-provoking, but yeah. Want to come with me? Oh my god. I swear to god, it's like we're psychically linked. Because that is actually the closest thing, probably. Yeah. I actually made that comparison because they came out around the same time. This was back when I still like used Facebook. I actually made that comparison. But yeah. Oh yeah. I'm not as familiar with his music outside of that one song, but what the fuck is his name? I'm in a constant state of forgetting his name. What's his actual real name? What's his name? Donald Glover. Yeah. So Donald Glover used to be. Have you seen his old like internet videos? No, not before Community. I'm talking about like way back in the 2000s. He used to be. He used to do those like college humor YouTube series things. Fucking like Bro Rape and GameCube and Big Black Dildos and how much Axe did you spray on this thing? Like a can and a half? Oh man. Oh dude. My mind was blown when I heard Childish Gambino and realized that it was the same guy. I was like, oh fuck, I know that guy. Now we just need him to live and not kill himself like Trevor Moore did from Whitest Kids You Know. He was getting fucking... He made a song and was like... One of the last songs I ever heard him come out with was talking about fucking... Putting the rich to the guillotine. Literally. The chorus of the song was about beheading rich mother... Beheading? What the fuck word is that? Was about beheading rich motherfuckers. And then he was just taken from us before his time, and I think I think he actually... Trevor Moore, I think, died in some really stupid way. Not stupid on his part, but it was just like a freak accident that was just like... You're just like, really? That's how it... What? Fuck you, universe. There's something like he was working on like his parents' car and like the brakes failed or something like that and the car like rolled over him or something. It was awful. This has been a great welcome back stream after my long break. This stream could have gone far more poorly. It was a fucking weeknight, it was late. So I'm extremely grateful to each and every person that showed up. So, Lucy, Leon, what's on your agenda for the rest of the day? You guys going to bed soon, or going to work soon, or? So I was thinking, after I beat this boss, we could maybe play some Final Fantasy 14. Yes? No? Maybe so? So it's 2:30 over there right now, correct? 2:30 p.m. Did I get it right? $3:30. Wait, so you're 6 hours ahead? It's 9:30 here. Why did I think you were 5? I'm so confused. Like I was saying earlier, I turned on the server time on Final Fantasy XIV, because I was like, this will help me keep track of what time it is over there. And it turns out, like, I don't know, I guess the data center's in fucking France or something, or not France. I mean, it'd have to be in, like, Spain or it's like a whole 2 hours behind you guys. Or, yeah, behind you guys. And I'm like, wait, what? Where are they putting these data centers? But then again, I have no idea how time zones work over there. Okay, so 3. Okay, so at 8:30 your time, Amanda and I have to go take the lizard in for his vet checkup. And that vet's not close by, so that'll probably won't be back until like 9:30 or 10 your time. But if you're still up then, or basically, I'm going to cut this stream in about an hour, and then after that, I have 4 hours to do shit with you guys if you want. Before the vet appointment. I'm intentionally nuking all these things with magic to try and keep from absorbing them. That's a mighty damaging dream illusion. Oh, do you not want to play? It's okay if you don't, but I'm just curious. Do you not like to play 14 without each other? Or do you try and avoid that? I'll find shit for us to do. Shit. It's an MMO. There's too much to do. Right, well, I know. I mean, like, we can... We'll go farm some shit. Ah, shit, I fucked up. Wasn't supposed to do that. It's a hard habit to break. No healing in the menu. Alright. Boss time yet again. Actually, I'm going to... Yeah, I'm gonna grab a level for everybody. The fuck, are there no encounters in here? What's... Jesus. There's totally encounters in here. Don't lie to me, game. Okay, I guess there's not encounters in there. I love this different sounds the enemies in this game make. They're there's a certain life that gets breathed into enemies and like just NPCs in general in games like this, especially games this old, when they have like when they, you know, make sounds. Alright, how far off is Vaughn? Oh shit. Vaughn must have just leveled up. Yeah, he's not going anywhere. Fucking ran away, are you serious? Fuck you, guy. I wanted another, like, proper battle's worth of experience. Thank you. Oh, that was a waste. This guy kind of reminds me of, like, Vivi's evil twin. Welcome back. I'm just trying to prepare for this boss fight. Are there seriously like just no encounters in here? I could have sworn that was not the case. There's mist in here, why would there not be any encounters? How's this possible? What the fuck? I need to get into a fight so I can heal. Because I'm not letting myself heal from the fucking menu. God damn it. Allura has always freaked me out as a kid because they're like, I don't know, something about them. They obviously remind me of like, they're obviously inspired by like xenomorphs from Aliens, but like something about them makes them like even freakier. There's something about them that like makes them that's like even. I don't know. I can't put my finger on it. They're something about them just gives me the heebie-jeebies a bit more than the actual aliens from the films. Yay, finally. Okay. Let's get the fuck out of here. Alright. As Cloud would say, let's mosey. Alright, here we go. Actually, wait, I think he's... pretty sure he starts every fight with, yeah. Who's a good boy? You are. Resist the urge. You do not actually need a dog so that you can name it Kimuro. You're bad at taking care of dogs. Don't do it. It's not worth it. Oh man. You know what? I'm gonna rename my Chocobo. When I log into Final Fantasy XIV, I'm gonna rename my Chocobo Kimaro. That'll show him. What dog? What are you guys saying that to? The fact that I don't and shouldn't get a dog, or the idea of me renaming my Chocobo after a creature from another game that reminds me of a dog? Dogs are much too high maintenance for me. It's not to say I don't like dogs. I like other people's dogs. I just don't want to be a responsible one. I think of dogs in the same way I think of kids. And I don't want a dog for the same reason I don't want a kid. Exactly. But no, I have, in a vacuum, I have nothing against dogs. And it goes both ways. Dogs love me. I have a very calming effect on dogs. I love how the bigger he gets in between his attacks, like, the more it becomes about my character just, like, constantly punching and kicking him where his crotch used to be. Even that summon, like, went straight into his fucking groin. Ah, shit. Okay, that wasn't so bad. Gala really does not like getting hit by him. Wait, what? Oh, I guess I never used it. Quit fucking blocking me. Thank you. Just take a deep breath, close your eyes, relax. Let my fists and feet just sink into that big old green belly. What the fuck? He just used that. Am I doing that much damage to him? Fuck. That's not good. Oh yeah, Noah's dead. I can't get her back up. Fuck me. Alright, well, this just got significantly harder. At least the second time that's happened where I've like had Noah die and like, you know, once Vaughn gets over 100 MP I'll be able to cast Horn, but until then I'm kind of screwed. Kuso Coca-Cola. Interesting. Ah, hey, not bad. Having some trouble chaining attacks together there, buddy. Looking a little... That was kind of a sad combo. Stop fucking blocking! Hey, there we go. Fuck yeah. Even with Noah dead, neither of them leveled up. I don't know how it works in most other RPGs, but I know this is one of those where if one of your party is dead, you still get their experience. It's just split between the remaining party members. So now Noah's like, you know, a couple dozen thousand experience behind. Work together, everybody. With your powers combined. Captain Planet or something? Oh, sad. What's funny is that Rosaru is like just a mystery Rosaru. Like it doesn't correspond with any of the other known ones. Like Songi's, like we learn later, that was Jito. This one's just kind of like unaccounted for. Nobody knows what it is. I'm gonna say it's grape elemental because of its color. Yeah, fuck you, scumbag. Put your head in the hole and think happy thoughts while we drop this 20-pound blade on your neck. All right. Well, we are at the 7-hour mark. This was a lovely stream to come back to. I'm going to tie up some loose ends on the game, and then I'm going to hop on Final Fantasy XIV and bother Lucy and Leon to play with me. And we will all continue to nag Trance to play Valkyrie Profile until he finally says, "Okay, I'll do it just to shut you the fuck up." We're all going to make his life miserable until he plays that game. But yeah. Take care, comrades. I probably will stream again maybe tomorrow, but if not, then Saturday night, Sunday morning as usual. Yeah. Excuses. Okay, well, me and Lucy are gonna farm something. Yeah. Alright. Well, yeah. So, until either tomorrow or... It's 50-50 whether I'll stream tomorrow, but I will definitely stream at my usual Saturday night, Sunday morning time. But yeah. Take care, comrades.